Morning. Now, see, I'm not going to put up that thing I had yesterday. How does this apply? Remember that? I'm taking a big risk here because this group's not that bright. Your business idea was born out of revolutionary thinking and passion and is dying out of indifference, apathy, and satiation based on low expectations. Everybody in this room, with a few exceptions, and those are the people that have heard me pound the shit out of them over the last year or year and a half, this applies to. Your business stroke idea was born out of revolutionary thinking and passion. Remember that passion to get up in the morning and go to work? This young man, I'm being kind here, the gentleman here with the glasses here, the VR broker, okay, and is dying out of indifference, apathy, and satiation based on low expectations. Some of you, if you make 50, 40 grand, 140 grand, whatever the number is, you're comfortable. It's very easy to be comfortable. But just think about it. For those of you that have a significant other, when you get past the lust stage, it becomes comfortable. And pretty soon you become apathetic. And pretty soon you don't much care if they sleep in the same bed or not. I see a lot of people saying yes with their eyes. Same things in business. Same things in business. It's very easy to become satiated. Most people do. That's why there's so few high-performance people. Your business idea was born out of revolutionary thinking and passion. As I alluded to yesterday, you started your business, you couldn't wait to get there, you couldn't wait to do this, you couldn't wait to do that, and pretty soon it wanes. And now, a lot, you know, well, I wish it was Friday when it was Tuesday. You're apathetic about it, you're satiated, some of you are making enough money, you're comfortable, and your expectations continue to drop, and pretty soon, you know, or when the kids get out of college, I have to make less money because, you know, I'm not. That's why I spend 110 minimum % of the earned income that I make every year. Normally it's 200 or 300%. That's why when I'm working on a big transaction, I go out and spend a whole bunch of money. The famous story is that I went out and spent $1 million on jewelry for my wife before I was making, on the eve, like in the weeks prior to a huge transaction I was working on a number of years ago. Now my wife thought it was a dynamite idea. When she gets here in a few minutes, you can ask her. Because I want to put that additional pressure on myself to make sure I don't lose focus. Sotheby's liked it because I bought all the jewelry from them. They like that. Mr. Hoffman and I were at a deal a few weeks ago with Asprey, which is a famous place that makes very expensive jewelry in London. They have a shop in New York, and maybe they have one in Beverly Hills. I didn't really know there was a Mr. Asprey, although, you know, I bought some rare coins, some Greek coins, a number of years ago at auction, and I decided I was going to make my wife a necklace, a bracelet, earrings, and a ring out of them. Now, I didn't know it was going to be 10, 12 months of designing, and to make it cost me more than the rare coins did. You know, that's Asprey did that for me. And so, but that's what I do. I go out and do something like that. There's a young man in the audience that is in the middle of a divorce in his business, going out and buying a big house. You got to have high self-esteem. You got to think a lot of yourself when you do something like that. All the big guys and the few big, hugely successful women in the country, all the same. They all do the same thing. Because they don't want to waver. They don't want to become satiated and indifferent. They want to make each transaction life and death. I know there's life after death. I'm stealing something from my conclusion for tomorrow afternoon. I know there's life after death because I've been dead financially 5 times. I've seen the white tunnel, except I didn't see God at the other end of that tunnel. I saw a big dollar sign. I've been dead 5 times. I've been resuscitated. I've been given last rites by the Catholic Church 5 times. And I've risen like the phoenix. 5 times. And Mosby's, I don't want to be a 6th time with you guys. 5 times I've come back from death. I've come back from death so much now when that happens, Linda doesn't, I mean, well, you know, she doesn't even worry about it. I mean, she never even, there's never even a hitched step in her spending patterns. I mean, she doesn't lose a heartbeat. She just keeps rolling on, you know. But this is the problem that virtually 99.9% of businesses all are suffering from. Because you don't believe in yourself enough, you have low expectations for your business. And if the excuse that I often hear is, well, the people that I have working for me are, well, then you've got the wrong people working for you. There's a big difference between playing not to lose and playing to win. Most people play not to lose. They don't play to win. In the National Football League, the level of play during playoffs, it's been estimated, goes up anywhere from 40 to 100%. Level of strain, etc. Because they're down to the short strokes. And and you ever see in the last 2 minutes, they go into the 2-minute drill when Joe Montana used to go into the 2-minute, he'd march down the field 89 yards like a hot butter through knife. You ask yourself, why? Why can they do it then? Joe Montana's not the only one, but I mean a lot of great teams, great athletes. I love that new word, athleticism. I forget, I think, who's the guy on the Monday Night Football who's married to the young... Gifford, the GIF. What great athleticism. I didn't know that was a word. I don't even know if it's in the dictionary. High-performance people treat their whole life like it's the last 2 minutes of the Super Bowl. Most people in business just, go through doofusing it. That's a new word, doofusing it. Verdeer's got up here last night, and George said it, in a fairly articulate way, considering he went to the University of Maryland, that, I mean, they're focused. Everything they do has to do with their business. They've been gone umpteen weekends, etc., etc. It's the last 2 minutes of the Super Bowl. And what really is infectious, if you could feel the adrenaline rush of being a winner constantly, it's better than sex. Especially at my age. A lot of things better than sex at my age. That adrenaline rush makes your loins warm. To being always winning. Now, doing this is an adrenaline rush because I get to relive all my successes. We talk about some of my failures. Someday I'll write a book about those. Probably be thicker than the book on my successes. But this helps me to stay focused doing these things. Because remember I told you it's replication. Because I'm continuing, at least once a month, sometimes 3 times a month, continuing to repeat this stuff, I continue to remember. And I'm the one that invented all this stuff. But I mean, it keeps me focused. It keeps me focused so I can relate to people like the Mosbys and some of my other people that I work with. Big difference between playing not to lose and playing to win. Defeats are poison to some men. Great men have become mediocre because of inability to accept and abide by a defeat. If you should achieve any kind of success and develop superior qualities as a man, should say as a person now, shouldn't it?
Yes.
I don't believe that shit. Anyway. Chances are it will be because of the manner in which you met defeats that will come to you as they come to all men. Richard Nixon is a preeminent example of this. Trekkie Dick, was down and out when he lost as governor the first time the state. He was over. It was over. Not to Dick from Whittier, California. Comes back as president. Throw his ass out. And then, like the phoenix, the son of a bitch rises again to be the preeminent statesperson of this country. Unbelievable. He wanted history to set her right. You can and should feel the same way, because remember, you'll not only let yourself down, you'll let your business down, and you'll let your family down if you think any different. I've been forgetting the 5 times I've been financially dead. I can't remember how many times I've been knocked to the canvas. So many, I ought to have calluses on my back. It's not how many times. As Muhammad Ali told me once at an airport, this is after he didn't speak too well, and I'm not going to attempt to try to imitate his stutter now, but he says it's not so how many times you get knocked down, it's how many times you get up. Of course, he was only knocked down once or twice in his whole career. The best way to predict the future, ladies and gentlemen, is to create it yourself. I'm assuming, giving you the benefit of the doubt, that's why you're here. The best way to create the future is best way to predict the future, is to create it yourself. Okay. Now we're going to talk about the comfort zone, and this is something else that Jim Newman is given credit, and rightfully so. In the early 60s, he came up with a concept called the comfort zone. Now, virtually all personal development, psychology, psychiatrists, personal development gurus use the comfort zone. And the best illustration I've ever heard, and I continue to use over the years, if we had a 2x12 board here, and it was 20 feet long, and there was $1,000 bills at that end, there's not a man or woman that couldn't walk down a 2x12 all day long and pick up $1,000 bills. None. I mean, even the most doofus of you in the group. Now, if we put that 2x12 up on a 10-story, between two 10-story buildings, that would eliminate probably 99% of the room. There'd be a couple that could crawl across that 2x12. We all of a sudden got out of your comfort zone. Now, if we put your children, for those of you that have children, across them, we poured gasoline on them, and this young lady was going to put a match, since she used to do a lot of bad things, so we'll pick her, and she was going to put a match on the kids. There'd be a few that could get across that 2x12 to save their child. Mostly women. Okay. Yep. Now, if you put your spouse over there and put gasoline, well, forget it. I mean, nobody's going to go across. Forget it. I've been looking a way to get rid of him or her all, for a lot of years. Exactly. Okay. Now, I'm operating 50 stories up. Ross Perot and those guys are operating 100 stories up. Most of the people that attend personal development seminars are operating in the basement. Because, well, what if somebody opened that door to the basement and the wind came in, could knock me off that board? And, I mean, it's what you become comfortable with. I'm comfortable. I was comfortable. See how many presidents have I met? I've met, I guess, 3 presidents. I've met 3 presidents. I've met the Queen of England and a lot of other people. But I was comfortable. I'm comfortable in virtually any situation I'm put. Because, one, I don't think they're any more special than I am, and in most cases, they're less special. I've developed, and I practice, though. I practice being comfortable. I could give this seminar. You could wake me up drunk in the middle of the night. I could give the seminar. because it's my life. Yet, I still practice. So, someday, when somebody in the audience in the next 10 years asks me something that I might not know the answer to, which hasn't happened yet, the probabilities of that happening are so remote, you know, I'll probably fly with wings to heaven before that happens. But I still practice because I want to maintain that comfort. If I practice being comfortable, God knows everybody in this room's got to. You know, I've been on the dais with most of the great personal development gurus. San one, I've never been on the dais with Tony Robbins. But other than him, I've been on the dais with just about everybody. Most of them don't even want to be on the dais with me. They stay out of the room, and then when I leave the podium, they come on stage. Because when the audience looks at me and looks at them, there's no comparison. None! And it's not that I've got this great halo. Maybe I got horns in my head instead of a halo. But I practice. A lot of these guys don't practice anymore. They have what I call Potomac fever, like Richard Nixon had, where, you know, they think they can rise above it. They get Jesus Christ syndrome when they think that they can't be touched. I would have burned the tapes if I had been Nixon. I would have, you know, they wouldn't impeach my ass. I'd have burned those tapes and like that. But he rose up, you know, he got Potomac fever, you know. A lot of politicians get that, or they think they're above it. You know, they can't be touched. We don't have any Hispanic politicians that smart or that stupid, depending on how you want to look at it, because, but they get that.
I think that's for you.
Oh, speaking of doofuses, this could be Casey Doofus. Is this Casey? Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How's Mr. Pena?
Well, I'm good. I'm good. We got you on the speakerphone.
Okay.
Okay. And let's see. Do we know how to turn the speakerphone up?
Yep, right there.
Where?
The mic. Just hold the mic on it.
Okay. Casey?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks for calling. This is Casey Stevenson. Let me introduce you a second.
Okay.
Who is one of my star disciples who came to a seminar in May of 1993. He's been to 4 or 5. He's been to the castle. And he's the fellow that I used the overheads where the minnow swallowed the whale in August 1993. And he now is the owner of the oldest jewelry business, I believe, in the state of California. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't be here this weekend because you're in the middle of a grand opening?
Right.
And I'd like you to relate to the audience here. And the audience isn't especially quick or isn't especially slow. They're just kind of average doofuses. So if you could relate to the audience. Yeah, I haven't changed any, Casey. You're right. If you could relate to the audience, you know, how you've gone through the cycle, how you now, you know, I forget how much your net worth's gone up, or this one deal's gone up. I think somebody told me at least $1 million, but if you could relate that to the audience, I'd be appreciative.
Okay, Dan, that's not a problem. You know, when I met you last year, I was at a marketing seminar. You were there too. I think you got to pay your $6,000 to see Jay Abraham too.
Yeah.
Of which, if I had not met you, there would have been a washout of $6,000. Thank God you were there. And the purpose of my being there was the way I'd always built my business previously was through mass marketing, and I've been very successful at that. And again, that's why I was at Jay's seminar was to learn more about it. Consequently, I made your acquaintance and have found other ways to make money in today's world. You know, in the 90s, and the thing that's working best for me is acquisition, which I had no real insight on until making your acquaintance. We've done, I don't know, 2 or 3 different deals, I think, since I met you. Some of them I didn't even keep. I just bought them right and dismantled them and made a profit, went on to the next thing. On the major thing that we're doing here, the Warner Company Jewelers, which, as you said, is the oldest company in the state of California, that was monumental. And just by implementing the things that you had talked about before. When I was trying to buy that, the principal of the company didn't care for me for one reason or another, so I went out and got a straw man, so to speak. The owner liked this other gentleman, and I gave him 50% of the deal for 90 days, and I put up the money and wound up with the whole company. And it's phenomenal, the growth. And you talk about the money thing. It's funny, I was thinking about that this morning, knowing that I was going to call you today. And to be perfectly honest with you, things are changing so fast, so rapidly now that I don't really have a clue how far up the scale we've gone. I could find out, but I know it's been quantum leap growth in net worth, cash flow, everything, and the things that are available to us now as an entity compared to say a year and a half ago are mind-boggling. For instance, we probably have, in the one store that we're grand opening this weekend, we probably have an extra $4 or $5 million worth of inventory in there. That's all OPM. Other people are just laying it in because we're the doers of our industry right now. We have 2 international award-winning designers in there. The people that I just never would have been able to make contact with previously. And it's all just through implementation of your ideas.
How much money did you put of your own, not counting borrowed money, how much money of your own did you put in when you bought Warner?
Well, initially I put in about 300 grand, but I knew I was going to get it back in 30 days. Okay? So it was one of those deals like, yes, I did have to put some in, but no, I really didn't. I had all my money back in 30 days. So I actually have nothing in it, you know.
What about giving responsibility to your employees and not choking your business to death like Burl did?
Yeah. Hey, by the way, hi, Burl. I don't do that. To be honest with you, I don't have keys, no alarm codes, no combinations to safes of anything I have going on right now. It's all on somebody else's shoulders. I just hire. The other thing too is what you taught me before: go get good people, bring them in far in advance before you need them, and consequently, I'm reaping a lot of the reward of that now. I've gone out and just found really talented people, and I just give it to them. Even after watching you at the castle, I do the same thing you do. There's no paper on my desk, none. You know, it comes through and it goes right by me to somebody else. It's neat, and they do the job if you let them do it. We've been playing with the idea of giving up some equity also in order to take this to another level, which I think we'll be going into, I say 95, we'll start looking into some of that. The other thing that's amazing, too, I haven't borrowed money from a bank in probably 10 years until I met you. And it's amazing what that has done in the last year, just working with them, again, implementing your ideas and concepts. And now we've got more credit line than we know actually what to do with right now. We're looking for more things to use OPM right now, to be honest with you. We're just looking for more deals.
As an aside, how far are you? You live up towards Sacramento, don't you?
Right, in between Sacramento and Los Angeles, yeah.
Well, I'm going to be in the next couple of weeks going to Sacramento. I'm going to stop by and see you.
Great. I'd love it.
Okay. Does anybody have a question of Casey? They want to ask him anything? Yes.
He started out in Hanford. He's still in Hanford?
Yeah, somebody said you started off in Hanford, right?
Right.
Are you still there?
Yeah, the store's still there, and it's doing very well. I was there day before yesterday. First time I've been there in 6 weeks.
But now you're in Fresno?
Yeah, I'm in Fresno right now. Right.
Okay.
And then we bought another one in Southern California. We don't know what we're going to do with it. But we have one there, too. But I started in Hanford. Actually, I started in a little town called Lemoore. There's a naval base there. There's 5,000 people in the whole town when I got started.
Another question. Yes, sir.
How many businesses have you acquired in what time frame?
How many companies, businesses have you acquired since last May, or a year ago May?
I'd say 4. We have 4 that I think 3 acquired, and one that we started ourselves as an offshoot of what was already there. So in essence, it was part of an acquisition also.
Okay, yeah, George.
Did he start the acquisition, or are these businesses that were for sale that he bought?
Were these businesses for sale, or did you initiate the acquisition process, or were they already for sale?
I've rethought everything about what my purpose is anymore. Again, via Mr. Pena's Pena-isms, and I look at myself now as a delivery boy. I'm no longer a salesperson. I find needs and I deliver. And these the things that we have acquired the last 18 months or so all have been through my due diligence and finding somebody that had a need of either needing to get out of business because it was time for them to go, or somebody in cash flow trouble, numerous reasons, and then I delivered the product to them in order to get them out. So most of it was created all on my own.
Yes. Yeah, didn't you postpone your wedding
Yes.
when you were doing business?
Yes. I sure did. We were supposed to get married I don't know when it was, September or October, and we put it off till after the first year, and finally she says, hey, look, we're getting married on April 10th, and I said, that's great, I'll be there, and we got it done.
Yeah.
But yeah, I postponed the wedding because I just didn't have time. I didn't have time last year. There were other things that for me were more important at the time.
Okay. Any other questions? Casey, thanks a lot. Good luck. Give your lovely wife a hug and a kiss for me.
I'll do it.
And I'll have Lorraine set it up, and I'm going to be up there in the next couple of weeks.
Good.
Thanks a lot.
See you, Miss Pena.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Now,
Rick will be here. We'll call at 10:30.
okay. Casey, see, I like that. He doesn't know how much money he's made in the last year, and that's great. And it's like Bunker Hunt has said many times years ago before he lost $4 billion, you know, trying to take over the silver market. Anybody that knows how much money he's got doesn't have too much money. And I really don't know how much money I'm worth either. I don't keep track of it. And of course, I don't know what the tax bracket is. My tax bracket, I just found out recently that the taxes went up when that doofus got in to be president now. And I mean, I wrote my first check in the last 10, 12 years. I don't write checks. There's Lorraine, Leanne, Valerie, and my business manager ship money around. You know, some of those people have power of attorney to ship my money back and forth. I don't know how much money. When I was being sued by Great Western, big lawsuit that we're going to talk about tomorrow, we found 7 or 8 bank accounts I didn't even know I had. I forgot I had. And 6 of them were offshore in a tax haven, and they try to make it sound like I was, you know, it was my money. They try to make it really look bad to the jury. And but I just didn't know they were there. I remember we found one account that had $77,000 in that we thought we closed, and we found another one of my wife's accounts that she hadn't written a check on in 8 years, because I don't keep track of that stuff, because it's not important. It just isn't. If you make enough money, none of that's important. The key is to make a lot of money. That's the key. And we're going to talk about, you know, and he made the comment, if you let him, his employees do it, you know, if you let him. If you're not choking him to death, Burl. If you let him. I mean, he doesn't, like he said, he doesn't have, I knew he didn't have keys to his stores. He doesn't, you know, he doesn't even know. Because the key, the thing that the entrepreneur stroke CEO should be is to go out and find deals and find additional sources of revenue, additional sources of financing, and that's it. Nothing else. All the rest is bullshit. Donald Trump doesn't know more how to get into one of his casinos in Atlantic City than I know how to do brain surgery. None of these guys. I mean, Rick Scott doesn't even know all the places he owns. He just doesn't. And to the extent that you spend time keeping track of that stuff, It keeps you from doing the other things. It just does. I mean, yes, sir. That's one, but this. He was a control freak. Most of you in this room are control freaks because you're insecure. You lack self-esteem, you lack self-worth, you lack all that other crap. And you feel that by controlling these little minutia things, these little micro things, you know, people that feel really good about themselves. I mean, none of these guys. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about anything of what I do. My money. I don't know anything. I forget who was. Somebody was with me. My accountant called me up and said, "Well, we fought it out with the IRS as long as we can. We got to pay them $109,000." As God is my witness, may He strike me dead right here. I don't remember what we were fighting them about. But I said, "Fine. If you say, Bill, just pay him the 100. You were in the room, weren't you? Just give him the 109." He says, "I said, you sure we can't squeeze it out of him?" "No, we got to pay him. That's including penalties and everything else." I said, "Okay, just pay him. I don't know what the hell. I don't know where I don't remember what we're fighting him about. I really don't."
Yeah, one other thing on that KC question, what else? I mean, the control thing, sure, but the other thing is he's looking in a totally wrong direction. Like you said on that phone call, he was thinking about marketing. He was just bigger ads, better ads, more ads, all that. It was his whole focus on growing his business, and never thought of growing in any other way.
And the biggest problem I have with marketing's great, but I mean, structure should follow strategy, not the other way around. And I mean, I'm not such a great marketer. I mean, I've spent a lot of money marketing my own seminars, and it all went in the toilet because I didn't know what I was doing. And then until we found something that clicks better. But and unless you know what you're doing, all this marketing strategy, you can have the best marketers in the world. But unless you understand where you are and where you want to go, I mean, it's not going to do you that much good. Casey's a prime example. I mean, Casey discovered that, like he says, he's a delivery boy now. He's the Pizza Hut delivery boy. You know? Yes, Burl. Well, I mean, see, we're going to talk about building a dream team later. Most of the people in here are represented by morons. I don't even have to know. I can say that across the board. Most people in this room, lawyers and accountants and business advisors, are morons. I'll bet my net worth on it. I'll be surprised if one of you's got is represented by somebody of quality. I'll be surprised. Heretofore, 4 or 5 times I've talked to thousands and thousands of people now. 4 or 5 people out of all those people are represented well. 4 or 5. Not 4 or 5 a seminar. 4 or 5 in my 18-month career. They're represented by morons. Because most of you go on the cheap. You think you can get something for nothing. And you can't. My lawyers, my accountants can eat the lunch of everybody's lawyers and accountants in this room. Eat the lunch. And I'm not saying you have to have Warren Christopher like I do and O'Melveny and Myers, O'Melveny and Myers are my main lawyers. Charleston Revich and something are my secondary lawyers. Richards Butler, which are my lawyers in England. I mean, I'm not saying, you know, but you also don't get your brother-in-law that, you know, still charges $115 an hour, you know. You get what you pay for in life. Yes, ma'am. Oh, that's you, Lori. Lori, I thought it was a man. Okay. Okay. Okay, Sussman Godfrey, we're going to talk about this tomorrow afternoon. Steve Sussman is the highest paid plaintiff lawyer in America. No lawyer in America gets paid more than he does. He's my primary litigation lawyer. He's the one that headed up the team that we handed Great Western Resources, my former company, their head on a platter here last year. And, you know, and I paid him $1 million for what turned out to be a 7-week trial. And I could have got it done for $100 grand, probably, $150 grand. But we won. I won $6 million. I mean, so I had to give him $1 million. So what? But most people don't think that way. See, Steve Sussman has said, he said, Dan, you are one of the few executives, maybe 20, 30 CEOs in the country, you use litigation and lawyers as a business tool. Most people don't. It's just another tool. It's another arrow in my quiver. Now, I've been to court more times than most seasoned lawyers. I've been, I'm experienced. I mean, like I was telling somebody last night, I go in, two people I told last night, I go in and negotiate the deals for free, just for a little, I don't need the practice, just to rip their heads off. One, because I don't like the son of a bitch, and the other one just because I don't like where this other guy's part of the world he's from. Just for fun, I'll rip his face off. Both guys. Because I've done it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. I mean, I could do it asleep. I mean, I do it drunk. I mean, because it's a part of me. I'm used to it. So I feel confident. And most people, when I walk into them, they'll just fall down and say, okay, fine, Bruce, exactly what do you want? I mean, because Dan's going to hurt me. Yes, sir.
I have more experience with lawyers. I have plenty of experience now with agents. Okay?
Yeah.
Lower like
Yeah, that's pretty low. You're right.
there's a conflict in terms of two pieces of advice I'm giving. I mean, I've been given, but they're going in different directions. And one is that I got good news yesterday that a management company that's been working on this for like 2 months and things that the ringer deciding on what he was working on called me yesterday after the seminar and said he'd like to work with us. And it's a commission. They're always on commission. The question is, and the conflict I'm getting from my agent included, is the temptation when you're trying to build it to make it seems too top heavy. It seems like if you're going to do a deal and paying your agent 10% and manager 15%, suddenly the performer is thinking, I'm giving it all away.
No, I disagree with that for the simple reason that if they're good, I mean, it allows you the ability to make that much more money. I mean, some of these big stars, there's a few big stars and high income producers. And remember, you don't make your money out of income, you make it out of equity and deals. But there are a few people in the country that manage themselves. But, most of the people realize to take all the minutia and all the micro details out of their life, it's better to pay somebody else. It allows you more time to do what you do best, and that is create, in this particular case, income, or create a following, or create a mystique so people want to hire you and or use your goods. But see, that's part of the preconditioned notion. It's like I made mention yesterday at the country club I belong to. It's not a day goes by I'm there, I don't hear people bitching about the lawyers that they spend money. But none of these guys have any money. They're basically all broke. To me, they're broke. To you, maybe they're not broke. To me, they're all doofus broke. And they couldn't buy their house now if they had to rebuy it because they've lived there 85 years. The companies have had zero growth for 50 years, and they sit there playing with themselves, and they bitch because hamburgers went up 16 cents from the menu that's been there in 11 years to the new menu. That's why I don't talk to any of these guys. And Craig, who's a member of the same country club, I don't want to know him. I don't want to, I go play golf. That's it. You can virtually play golf any time of the day, that the sun's up, and so that's why I like it. But I don't want to associate with any of these people, because I would rather somebody in this room blow my brains out than when I start worrying about they change the menu. Kill me. They changed the first time in I don't know how many. They changed the menu. Who cares? I can't see without my glasses. I can't read the menu anyway. Who cares? They could change the menu every day because unless I'm wearing these glasses that have a little hidden bifocal part, I can't read it anyway. So it doesn't. That's not where it's at. It's like somebody mentioned the bitching about the $46 room versus the $65 room. It's like people that go drive 40 blocks or save, you know, from $1.59. I don't even know what gas costs, 59 or $2.59. I don't know. Whatever gas costs. I mean, I just figured out, somebody just told me, and Lorraine knows this. I didn't know when you buy something on a credit card that if you're not satisfied, you can get your money back. I thought sale was final. I didn't know that. I just bought my first gasoline where you put the credit card in here in the last 6 months. I didn't know you could do that. Well, no, they put the gas in, and my car runs, so I assume, you know. That's not what you ought to be focusing on. But see, the difference is, it's because you're not really comfortable. Because it's hard for you guys to make money, so you're not comfortable in spending it. Making money should be like a hobby. It should be fun. And it's not for most people. It just isn't. Casey's having fun. He said, this is more fun than when I used to take drugs. And I only say that because he doesn't care. This is more fun than when I used to shoot up heroin when he was a kid. He's another guy we ought to talk to because he got in a lot of trouble. I mean, he and I share a lot of stories. I mean, but I mean, this is more fun. Postponed his wedding. Now, to me, it's it's no big deal, but to most women, it's a fairly important event.
No.
Huh? No, I mean, to me, it's not spit in the wind. What's my wife doing here? I want to start abusing her. She's not here yet. She's probably out spending money. You know, getting comfortable. Napoleon Hill. All these things aren't new. This is all old stuff I'm talking about. Napoleon Hill, when he was a kid, for those of you that have read the books and all the things he's done, when he was poor in Tennessee and his father passed away and his mother, his stepmother, or was it stepmother or stepfather? Stepmother, that's right. He used to go down to this old creek, as they say in Tennessee, and he used to sit there on a log, and he used to visualize, fantasize is the word he used at the time, that how this old log was going to be an old Rolls Royce. And in those days, Rolls Royces were those big, boxy things, big, huge things, look like buses. And he used to sit and he used to visualize this as a poor, just poverty-stricken farm boy in the early part of this century. And then when he got his first Rolls Royce, which is a whole other story, he went and he drove it back to that creek in Tennessee. He drove it right into the water where that log was still sitting. And this is called an anchor in visualization, ladies and gentlemen. He anchored that. High jumpers, baseball players, professional athletes, when they visualize and they work with these sports psychologists like Bob Rotella and these various guys, they teach them how to anchor something. The reason, like, the anchor, the success. I have pictures all over my house of the things that I did that remind me of my success that I've had. They're anchors to the visualizations that I've had over my lifetime. Visualization isn't any good unless you've got an anchor. If you want to be the Cy Young Award winner and, with strikeouts, blah, 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 they visualize striking out the guy in the bottom of the ninth of the World Series to win. Not just throwing strikes or striking. They have an anchor. And that's a lot of times when because a lot of people teach visualization, it's not a new thing. But it's the anchor. So when he drove back to the creek with his first Rolls Royce, that was his anchor. All of our visualization should have an anchor associated with it, something real. That's why you see many, many, many successful people have pictures all over their house and you think it's braggadocious, it's this, because they want to remember, they want to relive. So it becomes their comfort zone. I'm always going to throw touchdown in the last 2 seconds. I'm always going to throw a no-hitter. I'm always going to hit a grand slam. I'm always going to do this. So it becomes part of their comfort zone. My house and my office and the castle and all have these things for my successes. I don't have the time I got blown out of the water on this deal up on the wall, although I freely talk about those, but I don't need, those aren't anchors. I know those things happen. And I talk to you about them in other audiences. It has been said that if you will do the thing you fear, death of fear is certain. Courage is not the absence of fear, and anxiety, it is proceeding in spite of those feelings. I said yesterday, I make a lot of money, other high-performance people make a lot of money because they do things that make you feel uncomfortable. Make most people feel uncomfortable. Courage is not the absence of fear and anxiety, it's proceeding in spite of those feelings. It's proceeding in spite of the fact that it makes you uncomfortable. It's proceeding in spite of the fact that it makes you nauseous. It's proceeding in spite. Most people can't do that. Most people find it too terrifying. That's why, ergo, most people are dirt poor. Dirt poor being a relative term. There's virtually nothing you can relate to me or explain to me that makes me anxious, gives me tension, high anxiety, or fear. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. One of the comments I made early on one of the slides, if you're not afraid to die, then you can't really live, or so, I forget what I said, but it's on another slide tomorrow, I think. And the super high performance people, you know, they're so comfortable with themselves, they're so positive that they're always going to win. As Steve Sussman told me at dinner about a month ago, he says, Dan, you're one of the few guys in the country that has lost the feeling or the fear or the knowledge that you can lose in court. It doesn't even enter my mind. I've won so many times. I've crushed so many big companies, big plaintiffs. I mean, I've lost the fear of losing. This must be Smith, doofus. You know, he could never get anything right. I mean, for me? Ed. Okay. And that takes practice. You don't just walk out of here tomorrow night and lose the fear of losing. You got to put yourself in the breach. And I constantly put myself in the eye of the tiger we talked about yesterday. I go out of my way. I'm willing to negotiate a deal for two people in this room just for fun, so I can slap these two people around. I don't need that. I don't need that aggravation. But I volunteer myself. It's like these morons that my kids go to school with at Rolling Hills Preparatory. They had a board meeting here a few nights ago, and I'm not on the board because I don't want to be on the board. I went down to the meeting, and they were sitting pussyfooting around, and I got up and I gave a scathing speech, ripping their skin off them, basically that they should be embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to be part of this group. And I don't need to give more money, which by definition, me making the speech means I got to give more money. I give more money probably than anybody in this room. Maybe the whole room put together to charities. I don't need to give more money, but it just griped the hell out of me. And I put myself in those situations. I constantly put myself in those situations because I always want to feel comfortable in those situations. A fearless man thrives on far horizons. Again, you know, Napoleon Hill said most of this a lot better than I did many, many years ago. And in my judgment, life is too short not to follow your dream. We're only on this earth 70, 80, 60, whatever the years, depending on how good you are to yourself. And I don't want to die thinking that I had the opportunity to do all these things and I didn't. I just, you know, it's like I tell my kids, and I'm sitting, you know, like we have some relatives that have Alzheimer's, and I believe in euthanasia. That Dr. Death, whatever his name is, just come and plug me in, you know. Dan, when I start that, just put me to sleep. And my son says, Dad, we'll put you down just like we did Driller. This is my Great Dane. We'll put you down just like we did Driller. And Dan Jr. means it. That's my son. He'll put you down just like we did Driller. And my wife wants to be buried at the castle up in the wall garden. And Dan was sitting there about a year ago, and he says, you know, Mom, I'll bury you where the hell I please, because you're going to be gone. Yeah. The reason people want to do business with me and people like me and people like Rich Scott is because they want to follow the fellow that follows the dream. When I told you the story, I talked to my stockbroker this morning, and the stock that I've been accumulating is up 40% since yesterday because I'm betting on one guy, the chairman CEO. These are the people you want to be in business with, not your moron brother-in-law, not your idiot brother, not your doofus mother and father. This is who you want to be in business with. Most people confuse wishing and wanting with pursuing. Their desire for a dream may be desperate and deep, but when the desire fails to produce, they conclude the dream cannot be theirs. Actually, the only proof they have is that the longing is not enough. The data at hand merely prove that desire alone does not and cannot deliver. Wishing and hoping. Wishing and hoping for that prince to come in and kiss you and you go for the ladies and take you away to a castle. You got to kiss a lot of frogs, and maybe one of those frogs will turn into that prince. You got to kiss those pussy lumps all over. Get that pus all over you. That's why I shaved my mustache, because I got tired of the pus sticking in my mustache. I had a mustache for 25 years.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Oh, here's... Didn't say anything radical.
Who knows?
Jeez, this guy's...
Gave him open range here.
This guy's a wacko.
Good afternoon.
Speaking of, I was just saying this guy's a wacko. How you doing?
Great.
Now, we have a group here, and as I've explained to somebody else here just recently, the group's not too smart, not too stupid. It's kind of in the middle, kind of like you. So, but they don't have the financial background like you, and they're not as cheap as you. Used to be, I hear. But I want you, I've told them the story basically how I walked through your company in 20 or 30 minutes. I gave you some ideas. You've heard me speak 2 or 3 times. And now the success you've attained, and you've turned around several things, your business has expanded, et cetera, et cetera. And if you could share that with the group, I'd be appreciative.
Got it. Dan, one of the things Dan did in our operation is he told me how cheap I am, and he can be very, very pushy. But you figured that out by now, being in day 2. What he did, and what you did for us, is this guy, because of his stature, he was able to help me feel more confident in making some of the moves I was already thinking of. And as a result, since we got together for that brief time last January, we're in a new office space that's substantially better and more than twice the size. We have some new businesses we're starting that are spinning off. And the other keys are I've surrounded myself with much better people who initiate in their own right. I've done a complete technology overhaul, and now for someone who is doing no computers and nothing, I'm on the internet. We're looking at acquisitions. It's a whole different picture. This is exciting. And I'm still as stubborn as I was.
You are?
Yeah.
Have you found some girl that'll marry you as cheap as you are?
No. I was very disappointed. You pulled away one of my dearest friends who I always kept asking about you, and we missed him yesterday. George. Hi, George Fairjay.
Yeah, they're here.
And, he was going to be at my office yesterday, and he knows how resistant I've been to Dan Pena's suggestions. But Dan works on you, and finally you start doing some of the things he says, and you start seeing it actually working. It's quite a leap of faith, a quantum leap in many respects.
Well, that's good. One of the things that I told Rick when I went through the operation was the office space and the people that he had around him, and he's just related that he's changed both of those things, and for him to look not just on growth internally but by acquisition, and he had some offshoots businesses that he could go into that were just absolutely winners in my judgment based on what he does. And when we get off the phone, I'll tell you more about what he does. In fact, everybody, not everybody in this room, but a lot of people in this room could use his service and probably benefit by it. But well, that's good to hear. I'm glad to see that you've come a long way since we last talked. And but it's a leap in faith. You have to have that leap in faith, and not everybody's capable of doing that.
It's very difficult going and spending more and investing in expansion and changing people who have been with you and not necessarily producing, but to be willing to take a chance on everything, a lot of new things all at once, requires almost somebody as strong as Dan to push you off that ledge to get you to fly. And he's going to be pushing you, but I got to tell you, it's a whole different company. It's hard to believe where I was less than a year ago.
Well, good. Any questions of Rick? Rick, thanks a lot. I'm going to be back on the East Coast after the first of the year. Let's get together.
Done.
Thanks a lot. Nice talking to you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
This guy's the cheapest. I don't, I say this, and I don't mean this derogatorily, because I don't know any cheap African Americans, but this is the cheapest white guy I know. I mean, bar none. There's nobody tighter than this guy. And he had a business that could really explode, and I told him, I said, you're killing yourself. And he surrounded himself with doofuses, and we're going to talk about building your dream team. And there's probably nobody in this room, oh, I won't say that, there's few people in this room that have people that were working for him that could work for somebody like me. Because, see, I want people that are smarter than me. I want people that are clearly a step above me intellectually. And most people, they can't live with that. No matter how you cut it, people can tell me that work with me, because nobody works for me, they all work with me. You're full of shit, Dan. Not too many people in this room can take that. I mean, I like it. And that's all he had. He had a Pulitzer Prize-winning guy from Sports Illustrated working for him that he was having do some kind of menial doofus work. And I go over and sit with, first of all, his whole office, he had like 45 or 50 people in a room half as big as this one. And they were sitting on top of each other. And I mean, and I went over to this poor guy, and he was about 60 years old. I went over and sat on a box next to him because I'm all cramped up like this. And well, tell me something about you. And he blah, 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 blah. And this is the guy that he had retired and had lost all his money in some investments. And so he had to go back to work. And God knows, he's working for Smith. I mean, he might as well work for Hitler or something. Anyway, and so we're sitting there, and I asked him about his background. This guy was very talented. And I mean, and Rick wasn't using him that way. And then I went and talked. This is 20 minutes, 25 minutes tops. I'm out of the office, and I told him on the way to dinner that night. Then we went to I'm trying to think of the not Greek restaurant. I can't think of it. What's the belly dancers? Turkish restaurant. And he said that the entertainment would start at 10. So I'm sitting there, and we were the only people in the restaurant. The only. And it was 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9, 9:30, 10. We're still the only people in the restaurant. And we're sitting there with a business consultant that I know that with him. The highlight of the meal is, how they come and wash your hands? They pour the hot water on your hands. That was the highlight. I got food poisoning. And I had to go to Chicago the next day to make a speech. I'm dying. I mean, really dying. And of course, he never paid the guy when we got up and left. He had bartered, because he was a famous barter guy. You know what? I never knew what barter, intellectually I understand what barter meant, but I never traded anything in my whole life. Never, till I got in this business. I mean, never. I mean, why would you, I'll trade you 4 seats to sleep with your wife, or why would you do that? Why would you waste time doing that? But that's why nobody in this business got any money. Because they worry about trading 6 seats, and I'll sleep with your daughter, and then you can have my cousin, and then we'll take some print time. Oh, it's beyond my comprehension. It just is. But he had bartered for that dinner. And I got food poisoning. And I said, you are the cheapest screw I ever met in my entire life. And I've met some really tight screws in my life. But you are the cheapest, no good son of a bitch I ever met. After we got him licensed, nobody had made a sale because they couldn't figure out how to sell. But I was making enough sales for the division, we still led the nation. By myself. On the 66th day, I used to call him Bill Clarahan, made a sale. And then Clarahan was the stupidest of the group. And it became infectious. Then they all made sales. In the human system is a do-it-yourself project. You make yourself not comfortable. Nobody else. You do it to yourself. Now some people say that I help that process along because I can make people pucker up. And that's probably true. I can. And the only reason I can make them pucker up is because I bring the hammer down on the nail and I point out, without this I'm okay, you're okay crap, what you're doing wrong based on if you want super success. And I don't care what you think. I don't care if you like me. It doesn't make a difference to me. It just doesn't. Because my job, as I define it, not as you define it, as I define it, is to get you to be, as Joe Batten said, all you can be. And if I've got to drag you, kick you, mug you, hijack you, sodomize you, doesn't make any difference to me. It doesn't make any difference to me. Because I don't care if you like me or not. I'm better off if you don't like me. Because friends are problems. I don't need any new friends. Anxiety is fear's little brother. Anxiety is fear's little brother. I can't remember the last time I got tense about anything other than a 4-foot putt. I mean, that's about it. That's about the only thing I get high anxiety over. And I'm getting better at making 4-foot putts. But as Craig would, Mr. Hoffman in the back here would tell you, I've missed a whole slew of them in the year or two we've been playing golf together. Because for most people, this group included, success is as frightening as failure. Because to be super successful, as I've alluded all yesterday and so far today, comes a lot of pressure that you put on yourself. I mean, super successful people don't look like you, don't act like you, don't dress like you. I mean, when I get on a panel of 10 purported gurus of the personal development business, they don't look like me. It's like I told the joke in San Diego, Don Taylor, who is the chairman of VR Brokers, who's a guy about 10 years older than I am, Ed's dad, successful guy, made a lot of money. He's Think and Grow Slow, like Don Taylor. He took a lot of years to he's got a lot of money though, but he's taken a lot of years to do it. And we go to a restaurant, and he talks to the maitre d', the hostess, the waiter, everybody before I get there. I want the bill. Taylor wants it. I sit down when it's time to pay the check, they hand the bill to me. I've never been out to dinner since I'm 30 years old that the bill didn't come to me. Because I look like the guy that should pay the bill. And I've been out with a lot of high-powered people. In my life, since I'm 30 years, actually since I'm 31. Since I'm 31 years old, for 18 years, they bring me the bill. Because I look like the guy that ought to pay the bill. I look like the most successful. I act like the most successful, whether they're my age or not my age, younger or older. And I don't have any halo, I don't think. All the gin I had last night probably killed off my halo. But I mean, because I feel comfortable, paying. I feel comfortable writing checks. I don't get high anxiety over it. Because I realize it's easy to make money. And as one of my great idols, Sir Winston Churchill said, success is never final. Here he won the Second World War. He was instrumental in the UK not caving in the Second World War. And as soon as the war was over, they threw his ass out of government. For those of you that follow stuff like that, they threw his fat little chunky ass out of office. Because glory is fleeting, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing's forever. Nothing. Either a bad putting stroke, Craig, or Richard, who just walked in the back there. Nothing's forever. Success or failure. Nothing's forever. Yes, sir. Wait a minute, Craig. Would you please, so we can memorialize this for time eternal, so we can, your lovely children.
Yes.
Okay.
I just had a question about, do you view constant personal net worth risk a necessary ingredient to super success? Do you have to put it on the line all the time, continually, or not at all?
No. The answer to the question is, one, you don't have to put it continually, but you have to. There's times in a life cycle of a business or an idea that you got to stick up your pantyhose, okay? And you've got to put it on the line. And but it's not always money. Sometimes it's time. When I traveled those 242 days in 1987, I didn't have any money on the line, but I sure as hell had a lot of time on the line. One time somebody, and my time's valuable. Somebody once figured out how much money I made on an hour, and my time's valuable, so you have to put that on the line. But more than money, it's a commitment to a mindset change. It's a commitment to not hang around with doofuses, not be represented by morons. It's a commitment to surround yourself with winners. That's much harder than putting your net worth on the line. Because that's part of that emotional checkbook I told you had, not the financial. Financial checkbook's easy. It's the emotional, to change your whole damn life around. You've heard me say this. I've never talked to my neighbors where I live. And when the one doofus lady keeps talking to me when I'm down there hitting golf balls on my putting green, I ask, why doesn't the lady get the message? I don't want to talk to her. I've been there since 1987. I never talked to him. That should send a pretty clear message. You'd think. But isn't she married to a YPO guy?
I don't know.
I know. Yeah, that's probably, she didn't get it. Anyway, that's the commitment. It's not the financial. It's the emotional checkbook you got to write. The Verdiers last night set up here. They haven't been home a weekend since when? June, or 1 or 2 weekends? Have we been home since June?
1st of September.
Since the 1st of September. And that's a commitment because they've got little kids. They got a doofus little dog who's kind of goofy. And that's a big commitment. That's where you fall short in the equation for being a high-performance person. It's not the net worth. That's secondary. That's secondary. But you will have to, there's a portion coming up in the seminar where I say anybody, a guarantor is a fool with a pen. But you're going to have to guarantee things. When I had a business, until after we went public, then I didn't have to guarantee anything. But prior to that, I always had a guarantee because I was the one that had the deep pockets, not the company. So it's the emotional commitment. Secondarily, it's the financial commitment. And the reason why it's hard, it's difficult, it's almost impossible to make that emotional commitment because we know intellectually in our hearts success is never final. No matter how successful we are, we know there's a chance that somebody's going to take it away. And that's why we rationally choose not to write that emotional check and then not write the financial check because we really can't take it emotionally. One of my partners, I have a history of partners that go against me or screw me. They either die or get cancer or whatever, or bankrupt. And there's one right now, I got a phone call from a guy I know in Houston who told me that his administrative assistant ordered Tony Roma's ribs the other night, and the guy that came to deliver it is the former vice chairman of my company. This guy, there's not a person in this room that wouldn't sell his child for the money that he made with me. That's a big tumble down. There's not a person in this room. He made a ton of money. We didn't count it, we had to weigh it. Richard, you know who I'm talking about. Tony Roma's. And when she opened the door, he was bent over picking up the things from the ground. And when he stood up like this, wearing those red shorts and a little vest and a pointed hat, and her name was Carol. Carol said, I couldn't talk, and he was embarrassed, and I just gave him $50. It was an $18 thing, and I closed the door. She says, I didn't know what to do. Because that's what we're afraid of. That's why you don't do it. That's why. And the reason you're afraid is because, for those of you that got, and there's some successful people in this audience, for those of you that have made success, you're not sure exactly whether you deserve it, if you did it by accident, or you did it by design. Now, I haven't used this word all during the summer. I'm going to use it now. There's no way that I did mine by accident, and I know it. Uh-oh, my little doofus test tells me I'm supposed to make it. And because I know I didn't make mine by accident, oil went from 40 to 8. Not from 8 to 40. Now, if I were Peter Drucker or Tom Peters and I put a chart up like that and we'd sit around, or if I was at a YPO deal, I'd get up and we'd talk about the organization and how we, the global economy and social trends and technological developments and the political climate and all this make up the general environment, actually. And we've got customers, competitors, suppliers, unions, stockholders, regulars, and interest groups. And vis-a-vis this and pontificate bullshit, that, blah, blah. This is all crap. People in this room, that doesn't mean spit. You're reading, you're Rick Scott running Columbia, some of this makes sense. But until you're Rick Scott, forget all this, because it doesn't mean spit. Doesn't matter who's in office, who's out of office, whether the doofus Clinton's in, or, I mean, it doesn't matter. Remember, it doesn't matter what the morons say. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't. And you buy books, you buy tapes, you go listen to people to hear this crap. It gripes the hell out of me if you haven't noticed. That's why I do this. The global economy's got about as much to do with you as the Pope has to do with me. The only relationship is I'm a Roman Catholic, that's it. Yet you buy books and I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, P.T. Barnum was right. There is a moron sucker born every single minute, probably every second, every microsecond. I used to ask the question, how many read books like this? But I don't do that anymore because it's too embarrassing for you and it's too debilitating to me. I just can't take it anymore. I just can't. I mean, it makes me crazy. I mean, and yet I get comments. How do unions interface with? That's a different question. I know how to deal with unions because I've dealt with unions because I was in the coal business. But I mean, the global economy and it's like I give the analogy. Remember, 3 or 4 years ago, the killer bees started in South America. Remember? And they'd come over from Africa or someplace, I don't know, the moon or Mars or someplace. And by the year 1995, excuse me, 1994, the killer bees were going to engulf North America. Remember that? Now, whatever happened to those killer bees?
They're here.
Yeah, well, yeah, but 8 of them. They're stopped for about 10 or 12 or 15 months at the border. For some reason, they stayed on that side of the Rio Grande River or something, I don't know, because they like killing off illegal aliens, I guess, I don't know, poor Hispanic men and women. But, I mean, that's what happens. Those killer bees were supposed to eat our lunch, remember? Never happened, did it? Now, I'm a believer that this ozone thing, that's never going to happen either, other than in the movies. Because you go back in the newspapers and you read, if you want to have a lot of fun, go back to the library and read Wall Street journals 5, 10, 20 years ago. And you read the columns. The worst recession in recent memory. Now, how many times can we have the worst recession in recent memory? And, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, all that is not important. It just isn't. It just isn't.
You have to think about who writes all those articles, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. Who writes all those articles? Most of which have not a pot to piss in nor a window to throw it out of. And, you know...
Back in 1985 and 86, they even said that AIDS was going to kill everybody in the world.
Yeah.
1991 or 2.
That's exactly true. It's not going to happen, and I'm here to tell you that even though at some level I hope all of you have to be concerned with this, at some level, when you're all Rick Scotts running a company that's doing $16 to $20 billion a year in revenue, and you control the health industry, he's got, and even Rick doesn't care about this, he's got a couple guys on his staff that, you know, I mean, and Rick's a very bright lawyer, but I'm not sure Rick can spell organization. I mean, he went to TCU law school. I mean, how smart can he be at TCU law school, Jerry? He's obviously not a Harvard man. Okay. Before we get to that, let's see. I have to take my watch off. When I get all hyped up, we're going to take a short 5-minute break. Taylor, is that what you've been trying to tell me the last 25 minutes? What do we need breaks for? Ladies and gentlemen, you are the problem in your business. You are the moronic doofus. You are the short hitter. You are the weak stick. You are the idiot leading the troops. There's no doubt in my military or civilian mind. Zero. When I hear about companies going out of business, there was 99,000 companies that went out of business, filed Chapter 11 or 7, I think, in the last quarter or something. Maybe it was the last month. Maybe it was the last week. I don't remember but anyway. All 99,000 companies will have a reason. Interest rates, this, a big conglomerate, and it all went out of business because of mismanagement. All. Because we can go to those yellow pages and we can find all the companies, remember, that didn't go out of business in the same industry. Oil went from 40 to 8. I went from 0 to $400+ million. 11,000 energy companies went out of business when I was doing that growing. Yes, ma'am.
Don't you think that's where the fear comes in? Because you know if you're the owner, CEO, and it's not working, it's because you're not working either.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of it. See, intellectually, subconsciously, we know that. There's very few people in this room that can admit to themselves or get up here and say, the reason my company is me. The reason my marriage is screwed up is me. Lack of self-worth, lack of self-esteem, I mean, you know what you're going to, by Saturday, like this young lady got it really quickly, which I talked about. I was telling my wife about this. When you leave here Saturday evening, you're going to come away with 4 or 5 main thoughts. But one of those main thoughts should be, the reason I'm not a high-performance person is I really don't feel good about myself. Cut all the BS away. That's 1. 2, And part of that is the enemy is here and it's me. I'm not where I want to be or where I pontificate and flap my lips about being. Because I told you, talking about success it's like, it's a social thing. It's like smoking dope in the 60s. I mean, it's something you do. You talk about being successful. I want to be more successful. And later on today and tomorrow we're going to talk about that pay price to action that George Verdier talked about. You know, we're not willing to pay that price for various reasons. Oh, take it away from that, yeah, okay. Put it over here. So, I mean, the enemy is here and it is us. Now, one of the things that I meant to say, instead of this, for those of you that have forgotten, because I know a lot of you, again, you know, whoops, that's a piece of paper again. It's as good as putting this up. You know, instead of this, you know, worrying about this, as Peter Drucker aptly pointed out in one of his 25 or 30 books, I want you to become a monomaniac, that's his word, which is a leader with extreme passion, desire, and vision. Passion, desire, and vision, ladies and gentlemen, didn't say anything about details, does it?
No.
Doesn't say anything about being a micro manager. Doesn't say anything about signing checks. Doesn't say anything about buying inventory. Doesn't say anything about any of that crap that you do every day. Rick Scott is a monomaniac. He is a leader with extreme passion, desire, and vision. He probably doesn't even have signing authority. I know he doesn't have signing authority in his company. I know he doesn't. And as you've already heard me say, as Tom Peters said, we want you to become a management by wandering around. We want you to, just as I do when I come in and help companies, I wander around, I have lunch with this, I have dinner with this, etc. Wandering around. Management by wandering around isn't being a detail-oriented person. And I don't know how you pronounce MBWA, or as opposed to that global thinker worrying about all that other junk that doesn't mean anything. Okay. Now, to accomplish what we've talked about yesterday and up through this morning, you have to go through a cleansing process of clarifying your vision. Part of clarifying your vision is where you really want to go. Goals, what's really important to you. If making a quantum leap in your business or in your life is not important to you, most of what I've said today and yesterday, it doesn't mean anything to you, and for sure what I'm about to say, it means less than nothing to you. But it's about, you're going to have to clarify your vision, because to become laser beam focused, that's exactly what it means. Laser beam focused on the few things, not the many. You don't have to know how you're going to get there, but you need to know where you want to go. I used the example yesterday. John Kennedy, in his infinite wisdom, the day he was inaugurated, 1960, when he pointed at the moon and said, within this decade, we're going to put a man on the moon, land him safely, and to bring him back and do it before the Russians. There was no NASA. We didn't have any rocket ship that could take more than a 200-pound payload off the ground. There was spit, nothing. But he knew where he wanted the country to go. And coincidentally, on October something, 1969, we landed a man on the moon. When the 30-foot broad, they don't call it broad jumper. I still like broad jumper a lot better than long jumper. When the 30-foot long jumper is thinking about the 30-foot line, that's all he's thinking about, the mark. Hitting the mark, 30 feet. When I set my goals for $2 billion and the highest paid energy executive, I mean, there was a lot of things. I had $820. I was sitting in a house, not the house I live in now, you know, in Palos Verdes, Rancho Palos Verdes, with a lease fax machine, a phone, and a screaming kid that had just been born. Dan Jr. had just been born. But a lot of things happened. When Rick Scott started or acquired his first healthcare company, his goal was to dominate and control the healthcare business in the United States. Now that's a pretty big deal from a boy from TCU. That's pretty global in thought. When the mouth from the South, Ted Turner was told by his daddy, Ted, set goals you cannot accomplish in your lifetime. Not much infrastructure in that. We have to be clear on what we want to do and where we want to go. But we don't necessarily have to know how we're going to do it. If you can imagine it, you can achieve it. If you can dream it, you can become it. You're going to hear a lot about this over the next hour. One good thing about being young, well, not too many things good, but this is maybe the only thing, is that you are not experienced enough to know you cannot possibly do the things you are doing. I used to give a graphic example of that, but I cut it out, but I think I'm going to put it back in here. I think this group is probably just above the doofus level that can remember it. You don't know that, the sexual organs aren't supposed to function 6 or 7 times in a night when you're young. Say, but they do. They can. You can make that quantum leap. Leaps, exactly. But as you get older, you know that ain't possible. It's not natural. It's not whatever. Penaism, the consequence of a misguided decision is de minimis in the concept of eternity. Another way of saying that, anything that you ever did in your lifetime, except for the 2 physicians, considering that it was life and death, anything you've done in your whole lives, heretofore and in the future, in the cosmos of time is not a fart in the wind. Nothing you have ever decided, nothing you have ever done, no decision, no person you ever fired, no person you ever hired, nothing you have ever done in your miserable life is more than a fart in the wind. Yet you ponder, pontificate, Lotus 1, 2, 3, business decisions to death. And I ask you why. You don't believe me, don't answer me, because you don't have a reason why. Nothing in your lives, and once this doctor gets into he probably won't be making any of those kind of decisions anymore pretty soon for him. Nothing that you've ever done or will do. Yet I know people in this room, because I have the misfortune of knowing some of you personally, some people in this room beat to death decisions. When I leave with my wife to go to dinner, normally I eat at the same restaurant every night, to the extent that we go out to dinner. And we just get in the car and I drive, and it's a restaurant that used to be an Italian restaurant for 20 years, and now it's a Greek restaurant or something, and I don't care. I just keep, because I know I can always get a table. The local mafia own it up on the hill. And not too many people eat there. Because I don't care the mafia owns it, doesn't bother me. I don't bother them, they don't bother me. But I know I can always get a table. So I eat, I don't think about, well, should we go to the West Side, or should we do a Spago's, or whatever these Vogue restaurants? I just want food to put in my belly, I don't care. Just think about all the time you waste on all this superfluous crap in your life. Forget about right or wrong. Why worry? Just recognize and seize opportunities. Conventional wisdom tells you just the opposite. Conventional wisdom says, detail-oriented people, that's good. And just think about it. Conventional wisdom are the most people in life are poor. Just think about that. Most people that write books are poor. Most people that teach you at school are poor. Most people that do everything for you are poor. I may be the only person that has ever talked to you that's rich. Because here, it's going to be where the impossible isn't, and nobody's going to tell you it isn't. Because virtually everything that you told me yesterday afternoon is possible, depending on the level of commitment that you're willing to make. This young man talked about going and actually wearing down his boss into hiring him, right? And I remember when I left Payne Weber and went to Bear Stearns, I wanted to take my major institutional accounts with me. And one of them was TWA Pension Fund, as I recall. And I couldn't get a hold of the guy because basically he was not taking my phone calls. So I went to where he lived. I flew to the city where he lived. I parked my car in his driveway, and I went to sleep. He had to wake me up for me to move my car before he could drive into his little estate in Connecticut. 6, 7, 8 hours later, some guy's kicking at my door, and it's him. His name was Jim. He said, "What are you doing here, Pena?" I said, "I need to talk to you." And he says, "Well, I've already made my decision." I said, "No, you're not listening. I need to talk to you. If after I talk to you, you still decide that, obviously I'll honor your wishes." Make a long story short, obviously, 10 hours later, 5 in the morning, he decided to move the big institutional account from Payne Weber to Bear Stearns. I would have stayed there. Didn't make any difference. It was my biggest account. I would have stayed there till the 12th of dawn. He represented 40% of my income. There was no way on God's green earth I was leaving there. Remember, I had a 94.6 close ratio when I sold real estate. There was no way that this fish was getting off the hook. I would have done whatever it took. Didn't make any difference. I wasn't going to do my best. When I flew there, and of course, Bear Stearns saying, "We're not paying for your expenses. We're not doing anything." I said, "I'm coming back with TWA, or I'm going to die there." You represented 40% of my income. There was no way. Most people in this room have been taught to fish. You put a string with no bait on it. A few of you fish with a hook. Some of you with no bait on it. Some of you fish with a hook with a piece of something on it. I fish with nets. That's what quantum thinking is all about, fishing with nets. Not putting your finger down there and hoping some damn trout is going to bite it. Setting goals and objectives. You are already done this many times before, but remember, it costs nothing to aim high. Napoleon Hill said that. Pennyism, always shoot for the moon. That way you're at least, if you don't hit the bullseye, you're going to get 80%. Deanne Verdera said, shoot for the moon and at least you'll hit a star, which she had explained to me because stars are farther than the moon. But I don't want to get into the physics of the deal, but I guess if you miss the moon and the rocket, like our rockets, would go and hook on a star. But the point is, the only reason we don't set higher goals is because of our low expectations, because we basically think that we're all dirtbags. We don't feel good enough about ourselves. We don't have enough self-esteem, self-worth, and self-concept to think that we can do better. And to the extent that we've achieved any success, it's because we've been fortunate. See, most of us in this room don't really believe they could achieve the same success that they've attained to date. Now, Judy Cook, who's a psychiatrist who I alluded to either today or yesterday, if she were here, I'd ask her, because she's too busy making money now to follow me around the country like she used to, but she would say in a very articulate way, and she'd go through it, you know, like a psychiatrist does, that's basically it. And she could go into why you were breastfed too much, too little, your mother did it, all this, you wore diapers too long. I mean, there's all kind of reasons she gives, which are all crap in my judgment. But anyway, but she'd walk you through that. And for those of you that have been at a seminar where Judy Cook was there, but the bottom line is, the reason that we have low expectations of ourselves because we're not so sure, or some of you are positive that you couldn't do it again. Just as I'm positive, I could, and I have. I've been dead financially 5 times. I've been reincarnated. In fact, I saw a program on TV the other day. I didn't know what a channeler was. Exactly. Channeler, you know, somebody else's being is channeled through them, and they start talking all kind of different languages or whatever. And and they've lived. One time he was an ancient emperor and this and that. And I've had psychics work with me, and they said that I was a pharaoh, wasn't I? I was a pharaoh one time. I like that. My wife just walked in, but well, I was a pharaoh, and I must have had a lot of wives. And then they also said that Linda has always been, even when I was a pharaoh, she was my #1 wife. My #1 wife. That was a smart psychic. Yes. And so, but it's because we don't feel good about ourselves. You know, and as I said, by Saturday afternoon, Saturday early evening, you're going to be able to pinpoint why you haven't achieved more. You heard Rick Scott say, I pushed him into having the self-confidence. George and Deanne said it a little differently, but basically said the same thing. See, I know you can do it. I know the Doofus brothers back there, Jim and John, can do it. I know better than they know. I know that. Leanne Zakelli, who's been my administrative assistant until just recently, is now the CEO of one of my companies. I fired the stupid moron that was the inventor, one of our Hispanic brothers. Every time I try to go back to the Hispanic community and do something good, I get... and so I had to fire this guy's ass. And when I fired him on the phone, he didn't understand. I had to fly back from wherever I was. I met him at the Crown Room, which is something for Delta Airlines. And as Fidel was there, as I'm choking the guy like this and screaming at the top of my lungs, the manager of the Crown Room came over, real nice little lady, and she comes and says, excuse me, sir, I'm literally like this. And he says, because I said, I'm going to kill your ass, and I'm screaming and yelling at him. He says, could you please hold it down? Is there people complaining because of the foul language? I turned around and told her to go, you know where. And then the security came in. And then the little security guy's wearing, a flashlight. And I told these three guys, I said, you better bring some bigger security. You three little doofuses think you're going to get me out of this Crown Room. You're crazy. So then, after I got done with the guy, we're walking to the door. They're escorting me. Now they brought in a bunch of people. They're escorting me to the door, and I turned to the manager of the Delta Airlines there, and I said, have you ever met the chairman of Delta Airlines? And he says, no, I haven't. I said, well, his favorite word is MFer. Does everybody know what MFer is? Yeah. And I walked out the door. We do not feel good about ourselves. Set high goals. I've told you earlier, add 3 or 4 or 5 zeros and multiply times 10. And always, always, always pay yourself first. What does that mean? One of the reasons I have as much money as I do is I paid myself through the whole cycle. I didn't wait. Some of you keep the money, retained earnings, and then pretty soon the cycle's over, and you're trying to sell the business, and you try to sell it for more than it's worth, or what you think it's worth, which is normally what the rest of the world doesn't think it's worth, and you don't come to a satisfactory sales price because you've got to squeeze the last dollar out of it. If you pay yourself from the beginning through the whole cycle, I used to pay 15% of pre-tax profits to my employees in bonuses. 15%, always. Bonuses from 40 to 200% were not uncommon, and I used to pay myself a lot of money. Every time we did a deal, I paid bonuses. So at the end of the cycle, now the company supposedly may be bid for now, and I'm still the largest individual shareholder. I mean, the executives that are negotiating the deal don't feel obligated. They're going to have to squeeze out the last dollar because they've gotten rich for the last 10 years. And what happens is when you try to sell your business or your practice or whatever, you try to squeeze because you haven't paid yourself enough. Well, I say there's 2 reasons to pay yourself first. And when I mean you, I mean everybody in the whole chain, from the chairman, from the owner, the entrepreneur, down to the person that washes your car. Because then, 1, you don't have to squeeze the last dollar out, and it's going to be easier to sell. And 2, if the cycle never comes, at least you got and made a lot of money in the meantime. Some of you have already missed the cycle to sell your businesses. I told you, if you're over 40 years old and you've got a business, the next up cycle, blow your business out, because you may not live long enough for another cycle. If you're over 40, just blow it out. Whenever your business is in vogue, get rid of it. Because trust me, it isn't going to stay in vogue forever. Goals expand your awareness of opportunities. People tend to pay attention to what's happening in direct proportion to the value it has to them. Pay value. Goals stimulate creativity. We're going to get more into depth about setting goals in a few minutes, but those are that meander through life, just practicing medicine, practicing law, going to work, being an accountant, whatever, that haven't set goals, definable goals, not with time frames, and I'm going to talk about that, are just, they're like the meandering river that just, wherever there's a hard place, it goes away from. I mean, football teams, athletes have goals. They have definable goals. I want to run this fast. I want to do this. I want to, lead the league in defense. I want to lead the league in offense. All these things, large corporations, virtually all public corporations, set goals, set parameters so they can tell the shareholders. Yet so many small businesses, small to medium-sized businesses, have no goals. They just meander. And the few that have goals are they're based on such low expectations because the self-worth of the owner or the whole staff is so low that they're almost as good as not having goals. I would rather have lousy goals than no goals, but it's not much better having lousy goals. And the thing that you're going to learn is I would rather have a mediocre goal program that is enforced with enthusiasm or practiced with enthusiasm than the greatest goal program that's mediocrely is backed in a mediocre way. You give me a guy or a gal that's average, is an enthusiastic person, and I'd rather have that than all the Ivy League degrees, MBAs, PhDs. There's no comparison. There's just none. I'm a prime example. I don't have that kind of education. But I'm a formidable opponent. You can bet your sweet ass on that. You better give your soul to God, because... Yes, sir?
How high is your education?
I have a bachelor's of science from a state university here, period. And I have 24 or 26 units out of 30 towards my master's in finance. I stopped going to graduate school. As I said earlier, I commuted from San Diego to Los Angeles, where I went to graduate school at UCLA and Cal State Northridge. You couldn't go to two schools at the same time. It was against the law, but I did anyway. And I didn't get in trouble until I had the same professor at both schools. Dr. Shirley Teeter, who's still alive, God bless her. Linda remembers her. And I was taking 2 classes from her. She said, you can't do this, Dan. But anyway, I did it. But I dropped out of school because I was making like 10 grand a month. And I was paying $11.60 on PSA to go back and forth to school. And I had my first rolls, and my wife, who was my girlfriend at the time, we're driving around in a big silver cloud, and I figured maybe it's not that important for me to, finish my master's in finance. Because in 1971, 10 grand a month is a lot of money. And I had a scholarship to go to law school, which I never went. And I talked one of my best friends who's in the back of the room to go to law school instead. He's a lawyer, and I'm not, which he hasn't forgiven me all these many years. But so that's my education. I often wonder, I don't often wonder, I wonder every once in a while when I'm doing one of these, and I have people that have that kind of education, what would have happened to me if I had gone to Harvard or I had gone to a Stanford, got a Stanford MBA. At the council seminar, I don't know if it was Burr or Stan Davis, in fact I think he's the president of the Stanford MBA alumni or whatever, he said, Dan, in 6 days here, he says, he said, 1 day here I learned more than I learned from my MBA at Stanford. And Ted Nicholas, and that's not why I say he's one of the only good guys that's going to seminars, but Ted Nicholas, who's attended that seminar, I mean, Ted is a savvy guy. He's made a lot of money. He's considered, arguably one of the best copywriters in the country, maybe the world. He said, he says 103. I've never asked him what 103 things he learned from me, but but I mean, all my knowledge is based on all the mistakes I've made. And those are the people that you want to go talk to. Those are the people you want to interface with. Those are the people you want to hang around with. Made a lot of mistakes. Jerry Orman in the back of the room was one of my mentors. He's made a lot of mistakes in all business. One time he says, I've made every one that is possible. So he helped me not to make those. Costa Gratsos, who I'm going to talk about in a little while, who's another one of my mentors, he was the CEO of NASA Shipping Lines. He made so many mistakes, him and Ari Onassis. He said, Dan, we made hundreds and thousands of mistakes. So that's where you benefit from listening to somebody that's made a lot of mistakes. You know, the individual that's only had successes in his life, first of all, he doesn't have too much money. But, that's the kind of individual that you want to listen to, man or woman. Look at it this way, ladies and gentlemen. You're not supposed to be concerned about what happens in the middle of a jump. You're supposed to be thinking about where you're going to land. Again, vis-a-vis your company, I told George and Deanne, I think they should easily have a $100 million company, didn't I? I told Rick's, what's this cheap type, what's his last name? Smith, that we talked to on the phone. And actually, his business could be, I think, more easily $100 million business. They're going to do it first because he's too cheap. I mean, there's no question. And unless something happens to him, you know, unless he dies and his team takes his company to the next level or something. Because even with all the changes, he could still do a lot more. You know, he probably has to have a resuscitator at night when he goes home, thinking all the money he spent. Pardon?
What does he do?
George, you explain the business.
It's called News USA, and he has every week or every 2 weeks he puts out a newspaper, camera-ready articles for newspapers, and they can copy them and run them at no charge. He mails it out to every newspaper in the country. And basically, the articles are advertorials, but they're written by news reporters that he hires in news fashion. And it's cleverly disguised advertorials by and large. Some of them are regular columns, like the American Cancer Institute will write a column on things about cancer. And a lot of associations do it. The Plastics Association writes articles about plastic. Mails it out to every newspaper in the country, and then they can clip and paste it in. They don't have to hire a reporter, then they've got copy that's ready to go. They have to publish every day or every week. This is free. And so he gets a lot of that placed, and then he tracks the placement and sends you back the clips of everywhere it ran. You get to see what's wrong. He also has another side, the Radio USA, that sends blast packs out to every radio station in the country, or you can do it regionally. It's written in news copy format, 30-second copy that the morning news when you're hearing on the radio driving into work. This is some of his copy that you're hearing in the newspaper. It's already written, it's easy for it. It's written in the news fashion. It always has some sort of an advertising hook, but it's not a blatant hook.
Now, in your packet, you should have one of these forms. This is a form I developed not when I was first starting, because I wasn't into developing forms. I've only actually memorialized it in recent years because people ask me when I go through the goal setting process. Does everybody have one of these? Yeah. And it basically talks about the goal. It says key result. It talks about the champion and co-champion. That's MBA bullshit terminology for the individual that came up with the idea. And if there's a co-champion, that means there's two people. Normally the idea is going to be yours, though, so there won't be any co-champion. And it talks about milestone. In other words, the events that things that need to take place for the goal to come to fruition. You know, obviously, if you want to break the 4-minute mile, you got to run 4:20 first, and then 4:10, and I put in there a date column. I don't really use dates though, and I'm going to explain that to you why I don't use dates. Because dates are, instead of a floor for you, they're a ceiling. I said I was going to go public and retire by the time I was 40. I did it on my 39th birthday. What if I had said I was going to do it as soon as I humanly possibly could? None of the big guys have time frames. Set goals you can't accomplish in your lifetime. The mouth from the South, Teddy Turner. Not set goals when you're 32, 26, 48, 50, 60, 80, 200, or whatever. Now, I didn't realize that early on. I now realize it. But for the people that work for you or work with you, you're going to say, I want the quarterly numbers by the 15th of the following month. I mean, if you, it does, you know, unless you have exceptional people, you know, they're not going to do it as humanly as possible, as quick as possible. When we had our monthly numbers, and we had very sophisticated internal financial auditing capabilities at Great Western Resources. Originally, I used to get the monthly numbers on the 22nd, and then I keyed bonuses one year to them getting to me as quickly as possible. Then I got them, the quickest I ever got them was on the 12th. So we had 10 days that, you know, they did them faster. And then I gave the controller a $75,000 bonus, I think. And all of a sudden, the Shook, as we called him, I mean, all of a sudden he found a way to get him quicker. It's funny how it works, you know? And we didn't have soft lights and music, you know, the theory X, Y, and Z. And I happened to meet Dr. Ochi, who's the proponent, the inventor of theory Y. Theory Z. X, Y, and Z is management by, you hit him in the head, caveman, management by soft lights and positive strokes and you're okay, I'm okay bullshit. And the other one is the Japanese, where the jumping jacks and everybody's a team, and which we now doesn't work forever, like nothing works forever. And I had Mr. Dr. Ochi is the chief of staff for Mayor Reardon here in town. He's the one that came up with that deal. He's a PhD, Japanese descent at UCLA on leave of absence. He's the chief of staff. But at the end of the day, it's this. At the beginning of the day, at the end of the day, and in the middle of the day, it comes down to this. It always has, always will. Rick Scott pays his people a lot of money. All the rest is superfluous baloney. For those of you who can't see, that's a dollar sign. Talks cheap, takes money to buy whiskey in Electra, Texas. I paid my people a lot of money, and they, until the shareholders decided to get rid of me, they walked through, not on fire, they walked through fire. It's that simple. There's no great mystery. It's not like you see these programs, you know, beyond I mean, all these spooky programs you see on the. It's nothing spooky or psychic about it. It's that. And all the rest is baloney. So when you're working with these forms, and you review your goals periodically. Now, Linda and I, my wife who's sitting in the back now, we've been keeping our goals and writing them down, and we normally use between Christmas and the New Year's. Like here's 1983 goals, and we write them on whatever. You know, we used to write them on napkins in a restaurant. And some of the really nice printed ones, like this, 1987, my wife printed out. But like in 1983, I wanted to have a personal income of $500,000, a Rolls Royce, a Jeep. I wanted to give my dad a 65-year birthday party. I wanted to give Linda another ring and renew our vows on our 10th anniversary, which we did. I wanted to go to Rio. I wanted to buy a building in Beverly Hills. I wanted to give my two partners each $1 million that they didn't expect from me. Let's see what else. I wanted to get a new plane. I was into planes in those days. 1984, we wanted to stay abroad. Now, we made this goal, and this is Linda's writing. On Christmas to New Year's of '83, we moved in the castle in September '84. I stayed abroad. We also wanted a mansion, 15 to 20,000 square foot in the house, in the U.S. Grounds, pool, dog area, children's play area, library, dining room, billiard room, built-in bar, master bedroom, spa in it. We wanted to go to Tahiti together. We've never gone to Tahiti, Linda. We got all the rest. 1987, I wanted to be in the American Business Hall of Fame. Cover of National Magazine. Top 50 exploration production companies in the United States. Loving and caring parent. I was into that year, I guess. Also, loving and caring husband. I wanted to be the most successful U.S. Latin businessman of all time. I wanted to give $1 million away to charity. Let's see. I don't need to talk about the peccadillo I wanted. My wife's in the back now, but anyway, 16-year-old peccadillo. I wanted to get an elephant, a lion, a leopard, and record book quality. I did all those things, except for the most. Well, at that time, I probably was the most successful U.S. Latin businessman of all time. And we keep track of these things. And the problem, at age 39, I had accomplished all of them because I had set goals that were too low. I retired to Scotland, and if it wasn't for Charlie dying on me, we may still be there. But that forced me to come. It didn't force me. Nobody put a gun to my head. I came back to work January of 87 when he died, at age 40. So people ask me often, I'm interviewed, what would you do over, if you had your whole life to do over again, what would you do? Only one thing different. I'd set my goals higher. Nothing else. Nothing else. Because, see, when you set goals, you really don't believe you're going to accomplish them. That's why you set such low ones. Because it's easier to wiggle off the hook when you don't perform. And see, high performance people look at it just the opposite. We know we're going to, In fact, Ted Turner, and now my life's changed. I didn't think the mouth from the South could ever change my life. But now I've set goals, some goals that I don't plan on accomplishing in my lifetime. Big difference than my 6% rate of return. I'd rather die. I'd rather be dead than run a business that's growing at 6%. It's kill me, Put me to sleep. Dan Jr. Wood, he's going to put me down like Driller. I'd rather not do anything. I'd rather be a monk. No, I don't know. That's not true. I don't want to. I'd rather be something else. But I mean, I gave a talk at CEO clubs not too long ago, 6, 8, 10 months ago, here in Los Angeles, and we're sitting before they have drinks. Nobody has an open bar anymore. Nobody. But this organization does. And we're sitting there, and one of the CEOs, this is not the CEO, said that he's lost 60% of his net worth in the last 3 years that it took him 40 years to build. That's another guy. He should have blown his brains out, that guy right there. But there are people there that, and this goes back to why you want to hang around with successful people. They were all telling, who could tell the worst horror story of how much money they lost around this table at lunch? Oh, you don't know anything. I had an employee who hired this lawyer and had to pay him $11,000 to write this thing, and then we never acquired the company. My God! And they're going around horror stories. These are guys that have net worths. These guys aren't poor, and it becomes debilitating. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Well, one of the reasons I like, other than I like Jerry Orman, I like to play over at Bel Air Country Club because they have more retired Fortune 500 CEOs at Bel Air than any place in the country. And whenever I play with Jerry, I mean, there's at least a couple retired Fortune 500 CEOs in the foursome. And there's Jerry and myself, and that means the other two are Fortune 500 CEOs. You know that 74% of the CEOs of Fortune 500 companies all have something in common. That's right, and it's not Marines like Nicholas uses because he was a Marine. It's military. They have military backgrounds. 74% of all Fortune 500 CEOs, and there's only one woman, Fortune 500 CEO, have military backgrounds. Duh, I wonder why. goal-oriented, disciplined, passion. Follow me, I'm the infantry. What's the spirit of the bayonet? To kill. And you wonder why you don't make any money. When I was in San Diego, commuting back and forth while I was going to graduate school, and Linda, my wife, used to drive down from Long Beach where she taught and drop in. I thought I'd come down and have dinner. I said, Linda, it's a long drive. But the people that I hired, I went over to the naval base in San Diego and I hired 16 Top Gun guys that just got out of the military. Bill Clarahan, and I used to call one Claremont. I can't think of their names now. Because these guys, see, you couldn't tell these guys that at 4 or 5 or 6 G's the wings come off. They do. You can't tell these guys that because they've flown them at that. You can't, you know, these guys you couldn't tell them. It's a recession in 1971. You can't sell real estate, but you got nothing else to do. You just got out of the Navy. They give you $3,000 or $4,000 when you got out, the back pay and stuff. So I hired these guys. And then Clarion was the stupidest of the group, and it became infectious. Then they all made sales. I think I went through 12 or 13, at least 10 cars. I went from a Volkswagen to a 250 Mercedes to a Cadillac Eldorado convertible to a Fleetwood Brougham to I forget all. Then a limo and a Silver Cloud. I was just buying cars, and because we were all going nuts. Because nobody told us we couldn't do it. I set such high goals. I said, this division has to produce more sales than the whole nation. Well, Pena says, we can do that. And we did. Your expectations, most people's expectations, are so low because, again, high performance people feel good about themselves. High performance people know you can buy a $1 or $2 or $4 million house and make the payments. I don't know what my monthly overhead is, but I know it's probably bigger than almost every company in this room. That's my personal overhead. I don't know what it is, and I was teasing my wife. I was going to call her accountant and find out how much money my wife is spending. Phil, you don't want to do that, Dan. I don't know. I don't care. Like I teased my wife, I haven't worked in 3 years. I don't count this working. I haven't worked in 3 years. That's nice. We don't care. Linda's expectations, I believe, and if I'm wrong, Linda, you speak up, are that I'm always going to make enough money or have enough money for us to do what we do. She doesn't worry about that. It's all about expectations. And when you sit down with your people or yourself or your spouse or your significant other, whatever the hell you call him or her, it's critically important that when you're setting goals, that you set them with extremely high expectations, not low expectations. John, you had a question, and I just ignore you.
Well, yeah, I was...
Probably, I ignore you because I know it's you.
I know.
But go ahead. Oh, wait a minute, the mic. You know, if we were, this was a J. Abraham thing, we'd have a bunch of doofuses running up the things. Oh, here's the mic,
Well, no, my question was simple. If you had to do it all over again, every time you read those goals, would you have never attained any of them?
So, well, yeah, but that may be true. I would have set a lot of goals. If I had it all to do over again, I may not have any kids. Because a lot of my stuff, now all my stuff virtually works in business, but I'm not as successful with my children. Of course, my wife's is because you don't apply them the same way. See, whereas I'll sit and I'll listen to your doofus problem and I'll work with you and I'll say, but my kids get it done, you know, and I don't do that. You know, I don't work with them and say, oh, Lynn, tell me this and tell me that. I just expect them, because they got my blood running through their veins, that they ought to be able to do it. And it doesn't work that way, see? And I'll spend hours and take calls and spend hours with doofuses that call me all the time. And Derek will come in and he'll sit there, I'm busy now. And Dan will come in, but Dan doesn't even come in anymore. Kelly will come in and says, Daddy, can I read your story? No, I can't. You know, not me read her story, her read me a story. No, I don't have time. And so I'm not as good. So the goals that I would set now would be infinitely bigger I probably would have gotten into this business a lot of years before, because basically there really isn't any competition. We still haven't gotten the success formula, but I can assure you there's no competition. You've heard a lot of people doing this. You never heard anybody like me, you never will, unless you hear me again. If Perot or Gates or one of those guys goes into this business, I'm retired. I only want to do it as long as I'm the most successful. When I'm not, my unique, USP or unique selling proposition, whatever the hell Jay says, that's my unique selling proposition. There isn't anybody else. There just isn't. You know, that's as unique as you can get. I'm it. You know, as my old caddy used to say, you the man, you the man. You know. But I mean, I've set different kinds of goals. I don't know. Fortunately, Lynn and I've grown together. You know, not many people. I mean, we're an anomaly. We've been married 3 times. We've renewed our vows twice. So I've been fortunate in that. You know, I don't know if I had set my goals differently, if I would have still met Linda and done all those things. So I don't know. But I can tell you this. For the next part of my life, I know that I'm doing it different. And just think about it. If I'm changing my formula, everybody in this room would cut their left cheek off or sell one of their relatives to be where I am today. And I'm changing my formula. Think about that. Because high performance, no personnel department, no nothing. I learned a lot. I mean, cash. And all the stuffs, all the layers of bureaucracy that happen in corporations and in businesses, little businesses, not big businesses. You know, it taught me something. It gave me a value, a mindset that I didn't have to go through, make the same mistakes. Now, I made plenty of other mistakes, but I didn't make those. And I even still made the diversification mistake. As I think I said yesterday, I used to have a refinery that produced 50,000 barrels a day. They made $14 a barrel margin. 50,000 times 14 every single day. Instead of going out and building another refinery, I went in the movie business. Lost $27 million. I did a movie with Richard Harris, Martin Black, and Karen Landau. Martin Landau, Karen Black, and Richard Harris, excuse me. Got the names wrong. I did they said you can't lose money. You can't do anything but make money with Hoyt Axton and Dolly Parton, country western. $7 million down the drain. I mean, so finally I got my head screwed on straight and forgot that, and I went back, you know. By the time I went around to build another refinery, the margins weren't there. Lake Charles Refining Company, Lake Charles, Louisiana. So I've made all these mistakes. So when I'm telling you, look at all the companies that diversified. This is something I learned from Gratsos. Sears and Roebuck into financial services and all this crap they're getting out of now. All these companies that made billions and billions and billions of dollars diversified in all this junk, and now they're getting out of it because they didn't stick to their knitting. And it's happened historically, decade after decade after decade. But everybody does it. You know why? Because you have a new generation of young MBA doofuses that come up that think they figured out a better way. And by the time they're really seasoned, experienced managers, they've gone on promoted, and they got another batch of young doofuses that came up, making the same mistakes over and over again. And that's what's happening to corporate America, and has for, you know, the last, I don't know, 50 years. A long, long time. But that's why when you get advice, you go to somebody that you respect. Mr. Gratsos gave me these 3 little quips. A friend is a friendship in trouble, courage in battle, wisdom and rage. I needed more of the wisdom and rage advice than I needed the 2 former ones. But how do you find such a person? Now, I'm not going to talk about mastermind groups because I don't believe in them. I don't think they work. They haven't been effective. I've never really seen one effectively work in my whole business career. But I have seen dozens and hundreds of mentor relationships work. And now, some people say, and arguably correct, the reason why mastermind groups never work for you, Dan, is because they just suck my brains. I never sucked anybody's brains, basically. And so I'm not going to I'm not going to talk about that, but I am going to talk about the mentor relationship. Number one, you have to find somebody who is significantly more successful than yourself. For this group, that ain't too difficult. This group, it ain't too difficult. We could probably find somebody in the bar right now, slumped over his seat.
Are you ever going to ease up on us?
Huh? No, sir. Did Vince Lombardi ever ease up on the Packers? No, sir. Okay. You want it to be a senior person you really like and respect. And the reason why I put like is because you want to... I mean, I need to like being around the person. I don't like too many people anyway, but I mean, I got to like the person. I like those Konstantin Gratsos. He was a good man. I still, you know, I look to Jerry Orman like a second father, and Jim Newman is, you know, like my older brother. I really like these guys. They have to have vastly more experience, and they have to be accessible to you. A mentor relationship across country, although I don't believe I'm the mentor of the Mosbys, but I mean, they probably hear from me more than they wish. But I mean, they're running my money, so I mean, they're going to hear from me. So I mean, they kind of got a locked-in mentor relationship with me. But you want somebody that's local. He doesn't have to be a lot older than you, but he's got to be a lot more experienced than you. Same field of endeavor, most desirable, but not mandatory. Now, I say I've had 3 mentors in my life. I've had Jerry Orman, who was my mentor in the energy business. I've had Costa Gratsos, who was my mentor in general business. And I had Jim Newman, which was get your head screwed on straight mentor. Now, in all cases, I vastly exceeded their net worths, including Gratsos. But Jerry's still my mentor. You can't help but live 75 years and run around with Baron Hilton, and, you know, up there where he lived, I mean, he still knows a lot of stuff. And I go, you know, and like he told me, he says, you know, you talk about those Fortune 500 CEOs. When are we going to play Bel Air again? I mean, when are you going to come down there? And it's a lot of fun for me. Plus, these old CEOs, guys retired, they love hearing me. I mean, because I whip them and say, why don't you get off your dead ass? What do you be retired for? And, you know, these guys who run these big companies. God, we love Dan to whip us. You know, make us feel young again. And I said, well, why don't we just get them all in the big room, have a big dinner, I'll just come by and whip them all at once instead of 2 a month like I do now. Because, you see, nobody talks to these guys. Any of the Fortune 500 CEOs that I've played golf with out there could be mentors to people in this room. But nobody talks to them. I'm the only guy that talks to them, and I'm whipping them. They ought to get off their dead ass and go out and start another business. So the same field of endeavor is most desirable, but it's not mandatory. And you have to have something else in common outside the business. Because if you're going to spend a lot of time with this person, like Jerry and I have golf in common. He also, you know, they love my wife like their daughter, who would have been about the same age, who died of cancer. You know, I'm the son, Jerry's got sons, but I'm this other son that he never had. And so we've got something in common. And it's really important, because you can't have a mentor relationship just based on you asking the guy questions all the time. I mean, you have to have something else. And one of the things, and when you take when you see the mentor, you take him to lunch, you take him to dinner. I had the Mexican morons. I had to teach them this. You know, every time we went out to dinner, I went up buying for all 7 of them, and there, you know, you take them. Because they're guys that always get the checks. And they like when somebody else picks up the check. And it's not the matter of the money. Because these guys have gotten the checks all their careers. And they like that. I still pick up the check for Ormond. I would for Costa if he was still alive. And picking up dinner at Le Coq Basque in New York in those early years was expensive for me. But I did it anyway. And he knew it was expensive for me, and he knew I did it anyway. Yes, Jim.
But I think one thing that is very true that you've mentioned, and I mean, if everyone hasn't gotten it, it's very important that you understand you can't lose by asking these people. All they're going to do is tell you no. And I mean, I was terrified the first time I called Dan. I was waiting for the get the hell out of here, hang up, but I thought that's the worst that can happen.
Oh, where's the mic? Wait a minute. Huh? Where's the mic? Say that again.
What I was saying is that you really have nothing to lose by calling some of these people, and I mean, the worst thing that can happen is they'll say no, and you have to get past that first, you know, you're shaking, you call them and say, this guy is just humongously important, and you know, you've got to pick up the phone and make that call. And the very first time I called Dan, I was scared to death. I thought, this guy, you know, I've talked to him a couple times, he's going to hang up on me and tell me to piss off. I thought, you know, I talked to my wife, what's that to me? What's the big, you know, it's a big deal. And so, you know, I looked around, and Dan's right. I looked around, I didn't find anyone in St. Louis that I could see myself modeling my business thinking afterwards. And if I had to go to California to do it, I had to go to California. If I had to go to, you know, Haiti, the health, that I'm going to find the guy that's going to lead me the way I want to go. But you really have to get past that first step of saying, God, I can't call him. If he says no, you go to the next one. You got to get past that first step.
And so few people call me. So few people call the other high-performance people. I mean, I don't think Jerry Buss has been called in 25 years. I mean, he was all excited. Now, admittedly, the first 2 or 3 phone calls today, Fidel, the young man that was here yesterday, dealt with the 4th assistant, the 3rd assistant. But I mean, ultimately, I mean, well, how many of them are you? 4, okay, well, Mr. Buss can only, Dr. Buss, I forgot he was a doctor, Dr. Buss can only meet with 1 for dinner, and I mean, the guy went, I mean, he's doing a lot more than I thought he would. I knew he'd see somebody for nothing, no other reason a cup of coffee. But now he's going to be up there in the box, and he's going to show off to all his doofus friends, hey, look at these, the Mexican morons here, the Harvard Mexican morons come up to see me. Why are they coming up to see me? Because I'm rich as shit. That's why. I mean, he's going to love it. And they all love it. All these guys love it. I mean, I love it. You know?
Dan, who does that sound like? I'm thinking a Harvard thing. You love it when you did that to us.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when they called me, you know, I loved it. I had all 7 of them over in my house, you know, and I bought them dinner. I bought them dinner. I loved it. You know, I said, okay, one more time, every 5 or 6, 7 years, I get this guilt feeling that I should do something for my Hispanic heritage. I've been disappointed more times by my Latino brothers and sisters. I could give a 5-day seminar on it. But I mean, I get this thing, I don't know why, and so I decided it's about time. 5 or 6 years have passed, so I did it again. And I told these doofuses, you're probably going to disappoint me, and blah, 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 blah. And when they signed that letter of intent without showing it to me, they disappointed me. But we got them out of that deal. But I like it. I enjoy it. That's one of the reasons I do this. I enjoy it. And because people that have had tremendous success want to pass it on. They just do. They want to pass it on. And I'm not here trying to make a living at it. I like these, you know, I won't say this in Orlando, but I'm not like these other doofuses that got to make a nickel off these poor bastards that buy a seat, you know. You're welcome. I won't say it. But I mean, I don't need to be doing this. You know, Linda and I are too old for me to chase her around the house anymore, you know, like I used to when I was young. But I mean, I can do other things. I play more golf. But I enjoy it because I want to pass it on, because I have a passion, and I got irritated enough that I want to go out and do something about it. And so that's why I do this. These guys, you can call them. Believe me, you can call them, and from even Ross Perot you can get through to. It may take you a while, and if you call the first time, I mean, Ross, I mean, if he's never heard of you, Ross isn't going to, I mean, even his lowest administrative assistant won't call you back unless you call 5, 6, 8, 10 times. Although they got through the bus the first time. I mean, he's starving. You know? Yes?
I was going to ask you from the point of view of...
Oh, microphone. Well, you're the radio guy. I mean, you live with a mic in your hand.
I can project better than that, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I hope. From the mentor's point of view, though, you get a cold call from somebody like that just out of the blue, and like you said, there's a stack of messages, and there's this message to somebody who you don't recognize. Besides the idea of wanting to pass it on, what goes through your mind in terms of what's in it for you? I'll
call Lorraine. I'll say, have we ever heard of this guy?
Yeah.
And she'll go, no. Or I'll call Leanne, or I'll call Valerie in Scotland. excuse me, do we know this guy? No. Then I'll tell Lorraine, call him, see what the guy wants. Who is he? And she does, and she comes back, and, you know, most times I'll talk to them. If they're trying to sell me something, insurance or something, you know, I'm not, you know. But I do. I respond. And virtually all high-performance people will respond that way. And they'll sit down and they'll talk to you. Pardon? Yeah, they will. Okay. Any questions on how you get a mentor, how you find one? Okay. Now, an extremely important part of being a high-performance person is building the perception before you are a high-performance person. And this ties in with your comfort zone. So this will be a big hurdle. Now, I don't have it here. Let's see. So can we... I always looked and thought of myself as being this way before I had this painting painted. My wife also has a 10-foot painting, equally as nice, although mine won the first place award, and my wife won the second place at the National Academy for Portrait Painters in London. But I've always thought of myself, since I'm an adult, like this. My perception of myself is this. How do you perceive yourself when you shave for the men? And I haven't looked if any of the women have to shave. Okay. Or when the women put their makeup on, or whatever, you know, in the morning. You know, how do you perceive yourself? How do you think of yourself? Do you think of yourself as something special? You know that crap you're supposed to tell kids, oh, you're special. I ask my kids, are you special? Yeah, we're just so special because we have you as a father. And then they go... That's the truth. And I may bring one of my kids here tomorrow, and first Kelly will go, and then the moron say, she'll get up and sing for you. But I mean, you should think. My kids know they're special, they just don't need to hear it from me, because they know that's part of the 5 credo crap, as they say. But, you know, high-performance people, as I've already indicated, all love themselves. And they all think they're special. And they all see themselves in a similar light. Some of them see themselves with halos, which I don't have a halo. I don't see myself with a halo. Maybe some horns, but not a halo. And these people see themselves like that. That's one of the reasons, not the only reason. I wanted to have this painting done. And I had another painting done of my wife that hang in the castle in the drawing room. These 2 big, humongously large things. And it's part of, remember I told you about when you have a goal and you have visualize, you have an anchor. You know, I can't be in, even though my favorite clothes, and if they ever do that profile on me in the Rob Report, my favorite clothes are a t-shirt and boxer shorts. I walk around the castle that way. And I walk into the drawing room and I see that. I mean, it's an anchor. I see all the other stuff around, but that's an anchor. And because this is how I think of myself. And, can we cut the lights again? This is, you know, my wife and I saw this. You know, I read you some of the goal things that my wife's, our big estate, or foreign estate overseas, and with the servants' quarters, and the this and the that. We perceived ourselves, and perception is reality. I acted like I lived in this place before I lived there. And when I bought this and got 1,100% financing, 10 years, bullet, and I didn't even pay the interest. They funded me, they loaned me money for the interest every month. They just kept loaning it to me. And they say, well, you could do that in the middle 80s, Dan. I bought a $4 million house in Houston, which was built by the founder of Exxon. And I borrowed $5 million on a $4 million house. Because I told him I needed some money. My wife wanted to do some touch-ups. Guess what? They loaned it to me. I don't believe in that, 60%, you need 40% equity. I don't understand that language. I like all the bank's money. I don't like any of mine. I got better things to do. My wife can spend my money better than that. No rates of return on what my wife spends it on, but esoterically it looks better. But that's the perception, because I walk in and people perceive that I am a high-performance person and I am successful. Because high-performance people, ladies and gentlemen, get paid for performing their hobbies. Their hobbies. Not the drudgery, 9 to 5, 8 to 6, or whatever, Monday through Friday, on Tuesday wishing it was, the weekend. I don't know Saturday from Tuesday. I just don't. I mean, it's all the same to me. My wife, reminds me when I'm supposed to be someplace that's important to her and the family. Otherwise, I wouldn't be there, I'm sure, She looks at my itinerary and she fills in stuff and, like on December 11th, I know I'm supposed to go see my son at his theater arts program up at the Will Greer Theater up in Topanga. Right? Okay. My kid's in there with the hippies and the pot smokers up in Topanga doing a rendition of Shakespeare. So I don't know what he's doing up there. But I know December 11th, come hell or high water. Now, in the old days, when I was not such a kinder, gentler person like I am now, if I was doing a deal, I just roll over that date. I wouldn't even think about it. But now that I'm a kinder, gentler, mature, caring, and loving parent, Linda's shaking her head no. I'm going to do my very best to be there, unless a deal comes up, Bruce. Unless we got a deal, we got to close on a company, then I'll be there. Guns and swords. But we get paid for what it seems to be like we're performing our hobbies. And all high-performance people, because of our perception of ourselves, I may be wrong, but I'm never in doubt. And that's for sure. I may be wrong, but I'm never in doubt. Never, ever, ever show doubt. And we're going to talk about, later today and tomorrow, sharing doubts. You don't share doubts with your employees. You don't share doubts with anybody. The deal is always in the positive. The glass is always completely full. Okay. Now these are, in my judgment, the 20 biggest misconceptions in business. The hypothesis is conventional wisdom almost always wrong. Pardon? No. At our $15,000 seminar, we give them to you on a laminated deal. Yeah. We give them, we also pump smoke up your ass. We do the whole 9 yards. More control, not less control. People think more controls you've got on the business, the better it is. It's just the opposite. I've already talked about that. They think conventional wisdom says you should have pride of authorship. You should be, but it shouldn't conflict with selling the deal and letting loose of a deal and getting it financed. I tell the story. I've got an engineer with a patent on something comes to me, and I've spent 14 years on this, and I've been offered money, but they want 40% of the equity. If I put up all the money, I take 85% of the equity minimum. Minimum. 85, I like 95. That's your negotiating band. That's it. If I put up my time, no money, I take minimum 10 to 15%, depending on the time, and then I want an option to buy in at book value, big chunk. And so that, the pride of authorship guys, that normally kills. They roll over and die. Okay, no free equity. No, most people that attend this seminar at the beginning have never given away equity in their deals. They just don't. All high-performance people, Perot, Trump, Gates, Scully, Jobs, Rick Scott, all give away equity. There is not one high-performance person that I know of, dating back to Andrew Carnegie, who was the grandfather. He was, I mean, in modern times, if you can call that modern times. I mean, there is nobody that I know that hasn't given away equity. None. In a public company, you give away stock options and things like that. Or you form subsidiary spin-outs and give away portions of the company. Common consensus or conventional wisdom says no. Because the entrepreneur, the owner, wants to be a stingy guy like Rick, can't think of the cheap screw's name. Rick Smith doesn't want to give away equity. He's done everything except give away the equity so far that I've recommended. And that's the thing that's holding him back, in my judgment, from making a quantum explosion in his growth. Okay, everybody tells you cost control is the most important aspect of running a business. And revenue is not. It's not true. You can always find people to do cost control. Revenue, you can never have too much revenue. Never. Goals should be realistic. That's crap. We're going to have goals that we can't accomplish in our lifetime. Does that sound realistic to you? The Mouth from the South, Teddy Turner, my new idol for the 90s. Share doubts only with trusted associates. You share doubts with nobody, not even your spouse. You keep them locked up here in your bird brain, to the extent that you got one. I'll give you a little example. Several years ago, I come back, we were working on a big transaction, and I come back, and I find that the deal is collapsing. And what had happened is, the vice chairman's wife was at one of these health spa places, a pseudo-fat farm, and she was in the steam room with somebody else, and she shared a doubt because the vice chairman had asked me how things going. I think things are getting a little rocky. That's all I said. And the rest of the sentence was, but we'll get it done. Make a long story short, she told a woman in the steam bath, and there was a daughter of one of our key employees in the steam bath that overheard this. By the time it got back to the company was going out of business. It took me several weeks to trace it down, like a dog, like a drug dog at an airport, until I found out what happened, and it taught me. And I only said the deal was getting rocky. That's all I said. You don't share doubts. Never. Never, ever, 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 ever. Super success is for everyone. That is the biggest load of crap that was ever written. Because it's not. It just isn't. If you haven't figured that out by now, then we've got a gun for you can use in the parking lot on yourself. And you can have it all, balanced life. God. Eric Heiden, 36-inch thighs. You think he feels balanced? Walking like this? I mean, Olympic athletes spending 10, 12 hours training. Is that balanced? The hours they're not training, they're sleeping. I mean, that's not, you can't have it all. You can't have a balanced life. I have more of a balanced life now because I already made a bunch of money. All these guys, after they made a bunch of money, then they get balanced. You can do it alone. No, no, no. It ought to be not. You cannot do it alone. If it wasn't for the input of people like Mr. Gratsos, Mr. Orman, who's in the back of the room, and Mr. Newman, I couldn't have done it. I can do it on the cheap. This is a few of you here. I can get good advice at seminars for nothing. What a load of crap that is. You get what you pay for in life. The advice you get for nothing is worth nothing. I can get high performance advice from my peers. What a joke. Your peers are all morons. Morons leading to morons. They're not my peers. If you hang around with them, they're your peers. Short-term solutions work for long-term problems. God, that they may work, you know, it's like, you know, like a quick fix, but I mean, they don't work. They never have and they never will. Fear of failure isn't caused by lack of self-esteem and confidence. The fear of failure is only caused by lack of self-esteem and lack of confidence. Super successful people can do many things at once. Not. Super successful people focus on the few, not the many. I can only do 2 or 3 things well, preferably 2. Experience makes you ready for success. Not. Experience doesn't make you ready for success. Comfort makes you ready for success. Experience has nothing to do with it. Perfectionists and detail-oriented people find it easier to succeed in business. Not. I don't know a high-performance person that's detail-oriented. Period. Professionals cannot be used as allies. Not. You can have your accountants and lawyers be part of your deals and have their fees contingent. If you don't think so, you're dealing with the wrong ones. And I don't care how big the firms are. Business should run smoothly. Not. If your business is running smoothly, by definition, ladies and gentlemen, I can guarantee you categorically, with no reservation, your business is not growing, it's dying. And I can give you a gun again and go out in the parking lot. You let yourself down when you lose focus. You let yourself down, you let your business down, and you let your family down when you lose focus. You let mankind down because you shouldn't have been born. That's a new one. I'm going to have to add that. I like that. I'm going to have to add that one. And last but not least, set time limits for goals. No. Time limits act as restrictions. As soon as you humanly, or not humanly, as soon as you possibly can, should follow all your goals. These are Pena's 20 misconceptions of business, and virtually everybody follows every single one of them. And that's why high-performance people are, 1 or 2. Any questions on any of the 20? Like there's the 10 Commandments, This is just like these. These ought to be in stone. Yes, sir.
Well, number 3, it said no free equity, and then you made a comment after that about...
There should be. You should give away equity. You should give part of your deals, part of your transactions. I mean, first of all, if you have lawyers and accountants that are getting part of the deal, they'll always go through. Trust me.
Then you said after that, if not free equity, a spin-off.
Oh, no. If not free equity in the holding company, in my case, you have subsidiaries, like, i.e., Fire Resources. I mean, virtually every single high-performance person and all the names that I've talked about gives away equity in their deals. I don't know one single, because they all know it works. Yes, sir?
What kind of equity would you give away to your lawyer?
Okay, well, these are outside lawyers and accountants?
Yeah.
Well, no, what I do is I make their fees contingent on the deal. Normally what I do, let's just say that the normal fee for this lawyer for this particular deal is $25,000, using easy numbers. I'd say, I'll give you $40,000 if it's successful. I'll give you $5,000 if the deal goes in the toilet.
Sliding scale payment.
Well, no, but sliding scale, but it's more than that. Because then you'll never have a lawyer kill one of your deals. I mean, it becomes self-evident that the miserable bastard will make sure the deal goes through. Accountants, Coopers and Lybrand, who were my accountants for many, many, many years, I mean, they knew that if we did successful transactions, I never argued about the fees. I mean, well, you know, Mary Beth Miller was the partner at the time after Charlie left the company and joined me. And I mean, we didn't argue. I mean, that I knew that they were going to stand up and be counted. When, you know, Coopers and Lybrand's a big name. I mean, they come up and and we're going to talk about that later today and tomorrow. And that's why you should, you know, in my judgment, you should use as big a companies as that you cannot afford, not that you can't afford. Well, we're going to get to that. But, I mean, you're right. That could be 21. Use companies that you cannot afford. Okay. Now we're going to talk about how you get all these doofuses together to create your dream team. The dream team is twofold. Number one, it's the people that are directly in your organization. And it's, in addition to that, it's the people that represent you outside lawyers, accountants, petroleum engineers in my case in years gone by, etc., etc. Without this effectively understanding how you create your dream team, most of what I've talked about you can't do, you can't accomplish. Because you cannot do it alone. It is impossible, virtually impossible to do it alone, to do what we've talked about here in the last day and a half. Now, most great leaders begin in the capacity of followers. They became great leaders because they were intelligent followers before I became a leader. And by the way, another requisite, or the requisite that we're referring to now to be a high-performance person is to be a leader of persons, individuals, men, women, children. And all these guys that I've alluded to are leaders. They just are. None of the high-performance individuals that I've alluded to in the last day and a half aren't anything but leaders. They're not managers. They're not systems people, administrators, none of that junk. They're leaders. I'm a leader. Scully is a leader. Gates is a leader. Lee Iacocca is a leader. Ross Perot is a leader. They want you to lead. Your people want to be led. They want to be like in the tummy of a kangaroo, soft and warm and cuddly. They don't want you to tell them, we may not be able to do this. They don't want to hear that cash flow is short. They don't want to know they can't buy that other house at the lake. They don't want to hear any of those things. They want to hear, like Mr. Orman used to when he ran a big conglomerate, everything's fine, we're buying another company. Trust me, they don't want to hear the bad news, yet you keep on heaping it on them. It's lonely at the top. That's why it's lonely. They don't want to hear all that junk. They just don't. They want to just hear, Dan, everything's fine. When, you know, we had an acquisition drop out of bed, fall into the deepest crevice of the world, and I come out of retirement or out from the castle, like whenever I watch Superboy, that new program, Superboy and Jane or whatever it is on TV. It's
Clark and Lois.
Yeah, Clark and Lois, that's it. Okay. I'm not too great on details. Anyway, and he swoops down. You said, oh, that looked like me, swooping over from Scotland on the Concorde so I could save a deal. That's what they want to believe in. And it's our job to help them see that that's their reality. That's why you don't share doubts. To be a leader, first learn to manage yourself. Use discipline and creativity to really get the job done. Most people don't know how to manage themselves, let alone anybody else. They don't. You got to be able to take care of yourself. That's why most parents are so lousy at being parents. Because they don't, you know, they can't manage themselves. How can you manage a little kid's life if you can't take care of your own life? How can you? Well, we got to call Judy Cook. I need the psychiatrist here because she used to be able to plug in crap about this stuff. You know, I'm going to have to slap her around. She's making too much money. She better come back for a little more refill of me. A CEO to me and the high-performance people in a company is like a rider is a bunking bronco. You're going to see it later. Napoleon Hill said you should always have at least 1 or 2 people training to take your job. I wanted 4 or 5 trying to take my job, cut my head off, stab me in the back at all times. I had 4 or 5 guys working for me, with me, that were all smarter than me, better educated than me, hungrier than me. Ultimately, one of them got to be CEO, but he's not the one that chopped my head off. Somebody else, they had to import a smart guy to chop my head off. But see, just imagine every day you went to work, they were trying to chop your head off.
It's motivating.
You're damn right it's motivating, but you got to feel real comfortable with yourself. You're going to go play golf, and while you're gone, Jesus, what's going to happen? That's how, but you got to have people that are smarter than you, as good as you or better. That's how you have a growing company. Rick Scott's got a half a dozen really smart guys that are running that company. Now Rick's off making speeches and he's, you know, but it's like a bucking bronco, a rider. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the one that gets you all. It gets everybody. This is where the first method of estimating the intelligence of a ruler is to look at the men he has surrounded himself with. I used to go around individual by individual, but that became too embarrassing. I don't do that anymore because I'm a kinder, gentler, you know? Because I'm not here to embarrass you. I'm not here to make you look like a moron. I'm not here to make you seem like a doofus. But most of you, ladies and gentlemen, have morons working for you. Or as they used to tell me down in Louisiana, morons. Got a moron working for you. I had the brightest, most aggressive, cunning, stealth-like weasels that you could find, high-priced weasels that you could find. I had easily 4 or 5 guys could be CEOs of major corporations that reported to me. And one of them's currently CEO, and like he said, and I talked to him a few days ago, Dan, it's a bitch being boss, you know? It is. With the big money comes the big problems. But just, if everything else I said just falls on deaf ears, just go back and think about who you have around you. Your cousin, your brother-in-law, some doofus. Just think about who you got around you. Or, better yet, think about the guys that you look up to, who they've got around them. And either you won't look up to them anymore, or you will. It's that simple. You can't be a high-performance group unless you adhere to this. And with this group, you tell them, if you tell them, they'll forget it. If you show them, they'll forget it. But if you involve them, they'll understand and grow with you. That's why I allow people to make mistakes. That's why even the Mosby brothers are going to make mistakes. It comes with the territory. But I'm involving them in the process. They're getting experience now that they never had before. I think that's an understatement. You do not lead by hitting people over the head. That's assault, according to Dwight Eisenhower. That's not leadership. There's an old story when they were planning for the invasion of Normandy. General Montgomery and General Eisenhower were getting in an argument about, of course, General Eisenhower was a senior guy there, but Montgomery Monty was giving him a lot of baloney about whether they should have general officers landing with the troops. And Eisenhower said yes, and as it turned out, 2-star generals and below landed with the troops. And in fact, Theodore Roosevelt's nephew, who was a 1-star general, actually, 1-star general, died at Normandy. And Ike took a string like this, and he said no, and he's trying to illustrate a point that if the generals were in the back, the invasion would look like this, and he says, but if the generals were in the front, because you lead from the front, and your people want you to lead from the front. They don't want you to lead from the back. You are the example. You set the example. The more successful you are, the more successful they'll want to be. But you have to lead from the front. If anything goes bad, as Bear Bryant used to say, I did it. If anything goes semi-good, we did it. If anything goes really good, they did it. It's you take, when I dealt with the Japanese government, whatever went wrong was my fault, whatever went good was theirs. And I was the managing partner. Oh, that's my doofus cue. Now, there was a gentleman named Peter Senge. I don't know how you pronounce that. That's Mr. He's the new modern day person for organization. And this is from an article from Fortune magazine, October 17th issue. And he wrote a book called The Fifth Discipline in 1990. And some of what we're talking about, he alludes to in the book. But one of the basic precepts of his thinking, which the only reason I bring it up because it agrees with my thinking. Anybody that doesn't agree with my thinking, we don't talk about. But one of the precepts of his thinking is that there's not enough leadership in management anymore. Because an entrepreneur is basically a leader. I mean, and when we talk about the transitions in management, from entrepreneur to manager to leader, he goes around and preaches to Fortune 50, Fortune 100 companies how to promote leadership in their organizations. And there is not that much. And leadership isn't just at the CEO position or the head position. Leadership has to be throughout the positions, down to middle management. And he contends, and I agree, that one of the reasons with the economic corporate system today is there's not enough leaders in corporate America anymore. Other than the head guys, there aren't any corporate leaders. And so he runs around the country, gets paid quite a bit of money to how a big company that has decades upon decades of tradition, how you create leadership at the middle levels. Now, most of you run your organizations, or most people that attend this seminar run their organizations using the top management scale. One person, 10 or 12 or 6 or 8 people report to him. And I've already told you it's my judgment, and in the judgment of other high performance people, you can only have 2 or 3 people report to you max. The ideal situation is where you have, and this isn't creating layers, it isn't, because most of you would only have 1 layer. You'd have the 3 guys below him, perhaps, the boss, and they take care of everything else. But this is a recipe for disaster. This is a recipe for disaster. I can give you my Beretta and you can go out and shoot your brains out, because sooner or later this will be a disaster. This is better, but still not good, because you've got 5 people reporting, and then we've got 5 more reporting. And this is more ideal, where you've got 2 or 3 people reporting to the CEO. I had 2 people reporting to me. I had 2 divisions, and they ran many, 22 subsidiaries. But nobody had more than 2 people to report to him. You can't physically keep on top. I don't care what you think, you can't. And if I and other high-performance people can't, how can an untrained? You just can't. It's virtually impossible. Now, some of you have seen this. This is one of my favorite charts, because it kind of brings the doofusism in business out. By definition, you all grew geometrically when you started your businesses. You've forgotten how to do that. You've lost the passion. And because of the satiation and low expectations, it flattens out. And then when you go from 0 employees to 1 or 2 or 3, you become a manager, and you learn to manage kind of in a half-assed way, and you're managing some people. But this is the crossroads many businesses are at, right here. And the letter that I wrote, the young man from Canada who talked his boss into giving him the chief operating job, he drew this, apparently, for his boss, because you're at a crossroads. You're either going to become a leader. Some people call it professional managers. Some of you are better bringing in a professional manager and walking away from your company. Some of you are better off bringing in a professional manager and walking away and never looking back. Or you stay the same, you stay a manager, or you stay an entrepreneur and you go in the toilet with a tidy bowl man. That's where I'm best. Helping people. Right there. You may not like what I say. You got to walk away like Burl. She did. Took a lot of grit. But she's $15 million, $20 million richer today. That kind of soothed it, didn't it? It made it feel better, didn't it?
Hey, I got a point to make there. She also said she spent $70,000 on seminars.
She did.
There must be a correlation.
Yeah. This is where, and it's tough because, the problem is here and it's us. And it's tough for an entrepreneur or somebody that's working, started their own company, or heads up this, small to medium-sized company, to say that the company's going to be better off if I walk out the door. Well, that's hard. It's not always true, but it's true most of the time. But by definition, all of you that have started a business know what exponential growth is, because by definition, you all did it. So what I'm saying, even though you may not have practiced it in recent years, you understand. Oh, I already did that. Okay. The more self-esteem you give others, the more you have. The more self-esteem you have, the easier it is to give. It's easy for me to give the responsibilities to the Mosbys because I feel good about myself. I know they're going to make mistakes. But I feel good about it because I know that I'm smart enough, experienced enough, savvy enough, no matter what they do, I can undo, like I did with the Mexican morons. I just know. There's nobody in this room that can get in too deep a hole that I can get you out of. None. That's how confident. I've done it. I've resurrected myself 5 times from death, financial death, and I've resurrected, I don't know how many transactions, no matter how many companies, so many companies, I can't count them all. I often think if I go, go up and touch them in the forehead, they're going to fall down like those guys do on TV. Yeah. I know, I'm not saying that, that I could turn around General Motors overnight, but I sure as hell can turn around anybody coming to these seminars. I know I could turn around General Motors. It wouldn't take me overnight. I'd have to fire probably 40% of the people, but... Ladies and gentlemen, I've said this. Self-esteem is the foundation of excellence in business. Self-esteem is the foundation of excellence in business. Self-esteem is the foundation of excellence in a personal relationship, and I'm not a personal relationship guy. Right, Linda? Self-esteem is the foundation to everything that's good. And unfortunately, most people don't have much. Because they may read the books, I'm okay, you're okay, but they don't believe it. They just don't.
Subliminal tape will help you.
Well, the only subliminal tapes I ever listened to about golf, and they didn't help my putting much. But that's probably more credit to me, not the tapes.
Well, they help. I ran 3 machines, 24 hours a day for a year. They do help.
Well, good. If that worked for you, that's great. Now, Andrew Carnegie, a much more articulate man than I, these were his 4 rules for super success. And look at what was number 1. Contrary to the 80s and 90s doctrine about soft lights and music. Can anybody read that in the first row? What's it say?
Financial motive must fail.
You damn right. Money. Mo money. That's exactly right. Mo money. Let's see. Mo money. I don't know if that's how you spell mo. Mo money. Even Andrew knew that. Since the beginning of time. Mo money. Gets people clicking. His second was never reprimand employees, instead of asking them questions revealing their own faults. This has been a little difficult for me over the years. But I'm learning. I'm still learning. Number 3, 1 or more men training for his job. I believe in that. I've had that. I've had as many as 5. And 4, never make decisions for employees. Allow them to make their own and give them the responsibility and authority to implement their own actions. Right, boys? Yeah. I gave a speech about 1.5 years ago as part of Rebuild LA. I went around with the young Mayor Vargas, and we were giving speeches to high schools. And I drove on campus, and I drove my Rolls, and Fidel said, maybe we want to take my car, you know. And I said, no, I drove the Rolls right up on campus, and I left it there. And we got about 100 feet on campus, and I said, why are all these security guards here? Every 100 to 200 feet, there was a security guard, a cop, off-duty cop. And Fidel says, you'll see, just wait. So I'm there about 40 minutes before I'm going to make my speech, and 2 fights broke out. 1 fight young men, 1 fight young girls. If you haven't lived till you've seen girls fight, it was ugly. Jesus. I mean, it was vicious. I mean, these 2 Hispanic girls going at each other. I mean, it was awful. It was over a guy. So I'm in the stadium. There's 2,300 students. And the superintendent of schools gets up and introduces us, and introduces Fidel Vargas, who was the youngest mayor in the United States. After he got out of Harvard, he was home for something, and he ran for mayor, decided Baldwin Park was going down the tubes. The same guy was going to be mayor 20, 30 years in a row, and he ran against him and beat him. Now, Fidel is Harvard, straight-A student in high school, all-conference baseball and football and these different things. Goody two-shoes, never got in trouble, you know. Wouldn't say shit if it was in his mouth. And then me. And so Fidel's up there talking to the kids and relating. You know, and they could relate a little because he is Hispanic. And then I get up there, and they're making a lot of noise in the audience. And I said, can't we keep these kids, you know, shut them up? And I said, and the gym coaches were roving up and down the aisles so they wouldn't stab each other, I don't know. And so he says, we can't beat them anymore, Mr. P, because we go to jail now. And so I told the kids to shut up, or I was going to get up there, I was going to rip their tongues out. So they started to be quiet. And I said, and I got up and I'm talking to them, and I said, how many of you have been arrested once? About 80% of the student body. How many had been arrested twice? About 50% of the student body. How many had been arrested 3 times? About 15% of the student body. And I still got my hand up. And the superintendent of schools is sitting back here. Why has Pena got his hand up? How many have been arrested 4 times? 4-time losers. About 2% of the student body. And I've still got my hand up. I said, kids, I'm not bragging about having been thrown in jail 4 times. But at some time, you got your get screwed on straight. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about. Because you can't relate to goody two-shoes here, but you can relate to me. Because I've been where you are, and I'll kick your ass. And similar, I had a little discussion with Mr. Taylor's young son.
Who's joining us, by the way.
Yeah, who walks like this. Yeah. But I'm still slightly stronger than he is, at least for right now, probably not next month. And so, but kids relate to that instantly. And then I went through the story of all the trouble I got in, and God knows I got in a lot of it. And the fact that I'm from was from East LA, and I drove my Rolls onto campus, I wasn't afraid. And so the student body, or the, the superintendent of schools was deathly afraid. And then the kid said, "Hey, Mr. P." I said, "Yes, young man. Can you adopt me? Can you adopt me?" And I said, and all these kids started yelling, "Can you adopt me? Can you adopt me?" And I said, "No, I've already got 3 kids. Man of your wealth, you ought to have 15, 20, 30 kids." And I said, "Well, that sounds like my Hispanic mother." But the kids could instantly relate. And in Mr. Carnegie, the things that I instantly relate to are financial motive. And anybody that tells you any different, and I'm not taking anything away from all the guys that are out here making a living doing this, but it's money. I mean, you can candy coat it, you can do a lot of things with it, but it's financially. If they're going to be more secure financially, if their family's going to be better taken care of, I mean, it's money. They don't necessarily have to love you, but we're not in a wartime situation. I know how to lead people in that too, but it's money. And treat them with respect. And the things that we've talked about will be so much easier. You have no idea. Now, are there any questions about what we've talked about reference this so far? Understand. Well, money's pretty easily understood. I mean, everybody understands money. International language. And when people do something wrong, or you decide that you've done something wrong, what you tell people is next time. You know, and I've only developed this in recent years, but because before I was into the rip their skin off, beat them in the head, assault. But next time. And they understand that. Because you don't have to point out people making a mistake. They know that. I mean, even our kids know when they do something wrong, and irrespective of what they tell us. Now, we're going to talk about the rest of the dream team now is outside advisors. We've talked about internal employees and how we compensate them, how we get their attention, how we get their passion. In order to really succeed in business, you need outside advisors. These advisors must be trusted advisors. To have trusted advisors, you need a very special relationship with someone at the firm. You need a mole. The perfect mole is someone who is motivated, aggressive, ambitious, but not as bright as he or she thinks. That covers probably some of the people in the audience. Maybe all. Let's see here. And when dealing with the opinionated or egotistical, always give them credit, or give credit where credit is not due. Okay, now part of your dream team, you need a lawyer, accountant, a banker for starters, minimum. Okay, how do we get them? That's what we're going to talk about now. Let's start with lawyers. And they're not the scumbags that, you know, they talk about at Virginia Country Club, but you know, you cannot effectively grow your business without a first-class attorney stroke law firm. You can't. Impossible. It is not possible. I will even go further to say, if you're a superstar, rock star, baseball player, you cannot effectively grow your business, grow your career without a first-class lawyer stroke law firm. Now, my lawyers, I have 3 law firms that represent me. Charleston, Revich, something and something, O'Melveny and Myers, and Richards Butler, which is in England. And I've always had big-time law firms, even when I couldn't afford it. But what I did is I found an associate that was normally 1 or 2 years from partnership, man or woman. And I've had women partners represent me. Not too many, but a few. And then what I make sure is I help them get promoted ahead of the curve. I give them all the legitimate business that I have. I don't spread it around. And I make sure they know, I know they got promoted because of me, and I make sure the firm knows that they got promoted ahead of the curve because of me. Then you own them. And I don't mean in an unhonorable way, you own them. And then when they've got AT&T and you as a client, and you've got an offer and you've got a document that has to get done, AT&T's their bread and butter, but they'll do yours in the middle of the night over the weekend. You own them. And if they change firms, as long as it's no worse than lateral, and if it's up, you go with them. And you take their... Yes, Bruce?
What talents did you look at them when you were finding that associate?
That's a good question. Several. Number one, that they were there on the weekends. They were there at night when I called up to have a question answered. They answered the phone at 10:30 at night.
These are the lawyers?
These are the young associates, soon to be partners. That they were there, that they responded to me when I called within 30 minutes on the weekend. If I left a message on their voicemail. Cyrus Vance Martyr IV, who's the associate soon-to-be partner at Sussman Godfrey, the big litigating firm I use in Houston. I leave on a voicemail, except for like maybe between the hours of 1 in the morning and 6 in the morning, his time. He gets back to me in 30 minutes. I don't care where he is. And then you make sure that this kid, you do everything humanly possible to make sure this kid becomes a partner. Because now you've got a young partner, knows where his bread's buttered, is closer to the law. Young partners are closer to the law than old partners. They don't have that preconditioned crap. They'll work their ass off for you. In fact, Cyrus Vance is in Sacramento right now, and he was hoping he'd get done with his deposition so he could come down here, so he could tell some stories about how irreverent I treat lawyers, and especially associates. He's going to be partner next year. Smart kid, real smart kid, nice kid. Sent him to the castle as a gift. Him and his wife, vacation, after we won, you know, the big suit. You do the same at an accounting firm, a big accounting firm. You don't all have to use big 6 accounting firms, but use, you know, a big firm, not two accountants and a receptionist. Because when banks look at those numbers, they laugh. When you hand banks internal numbers, they laugh. They get hysterical, they throw up. When you hand them numbers from some doofus little accounting firm, they don't pass out and throw up, but they still laugh. It's much easier to borrow money. It's much easier to have financial institutions be in your camp when you have numbers that are respected. Now, I happen to have numbers that were respected even before they got audited, because I had a world-class finance guy that was my chief financial officer the last few years I was there, a guy named John Ernest. He was world-class finance.
Good number.
Pardon?
What's a good number?
What do you mean a good number?
Well, you said if you only have like 1 or 2 professionals.
Oh, no. I mean, a medium-sized accounting firm, a medium-sized law firm that's got, you know, 50, 100, you know, I mean, the other thing is that if you're going to sue them for malpractice, they got to have some money. When you got Joe Schmaltz and Associates, 3 associates, you got nothing to sue when they screw up. So, I mean, it's a defensive measure as well. I mean, you know, most of the accounts people deal, I mean, so you can't sue them. When they perform or they commit malpractice, what are you going to do to them? Nothing. Probably don't have any insurance. You can bet your butt Coopers and Lyman's got plenty of insurance. I've never had to sue any of my lawyers or my accountants. I've threatened a few times, but never have. And you find somebody in the accounting firm, you do the same thing. And I never argued fees over getting deals. When I needed opinions to get deals done, I never argued fees. Which coincidentally, it was an unspoken thing. They know I didn't argue. They appreciated I didn't argue. And we got all our deals done. And we all got all our opinions in a timely fashion. Or as they say in the United Kingdom, in due course. All my buddies are doing deals. They're busting their chops, trying to knock them down, do this and that. They never got any deals done. Any fee that you pay for a transaction that doesn't go through is too much. Almost no fee is too much if you get the deal done, because you just wrap it into the deal. You capitalize it. You don't have to be a Harvard MBA to figure that out. You capitalize it and it becomes part of the depreciation base. Who cares? Yet I see people fight over this and fight over it, and they fight over nothing. Doesn't make any difference. Now for, talked about accountants, talked about lawyers, banks. You find a bank, if you're doing business with a bank that can't take you to the next level, I got the same gun, you can go blow your brains out in the parking lot. I mean, you're destined to not having geometric growth. You should be doing business with at least a bank that it can take you to the next level. You know, these little banks that are, you know, it's got a stockholders' equity of $4 million or $14 million. I mean, their legal lending limit is, I forget what the ratios used to be. They're changed now because all the banks went out of business. But I mean, they didn't have enough money. They couldn't loan me enough money. And unlike Burl heretofore, I always asked for the bank at least 3 to 5 times more money I needed. Always. You've got to be doing business with a bank that is at least can take you to the next level. And there too, if a senior bank lending officer goes to another bank, it's an upmarket bank, more upmarket, then go with them. Doesn't matter that you've been doing business with this bank 10 years. When you go with that banker, your track record goes with you. If he's the lending officer. And just as I told you, why do people borrow money at the end of the year? Why do all these deals get done? It's because that's when bonuses are paid. I used to think maybe I was the only guy, well, nah, only 50 guys in the country knew that that's why all the deals get done at year end. It's a lot easier when the banker hasn't done any transactions for the first 9 months of the year and you bring them a deal. They're not as careful. I'm not saying that they're going to do anything that's not right, but they're not as strict, they're not as careful. And most of your deals are going to be shaky anyway. Shaky at best. Does everybody understand that's extremely important? Because you can't go where I'm talking about. You can't go to that time warp fifth dimension without a supportive law firm, supportive accounting firm, and supportive bank. Impossible. Yes, sir. Can we have a mic, please?
How do you find a bank, a good bank?
I knew I was going to be asked that question. Look in your folder.
That's the venture capitalist desk.
Okay. And wait a second here. Going to take me. There was that's one, that list. But in the, I'm getting ahead of myself. But in, when is this? Last week or the week before in the LA Times, or no, LA Business Journal, Who's Who, LA's Foremost Money Movers. It was sponsored by Deloitte Touche. They list the Shakers. This is where I got all my money. I'm no genius. I just, when a guy puts his name in this, he's not doing it so that somebody can assassinate him. He's doing it because he's got money to put out. Am I the only one in Los Angeles kind of reads this thing? This is where I got all my money. They print the son of a bitch once a quarter. Why do you think they print this? For toilet paper to put in my bird cage or what? They got money, excess money to loan. Yes, sir. I'm going to slap that kid upside the head. Okay, this is called the Los Angeles Business Journal. Only been around about 500 years. This is the who's who, LA's foremost money movers, banking and finance, special section sponsored by Tushy, or whatever the name is. And all these, and they name all the shakers, and I mean, I've sucked some money out of some of these guys. Because they got excess money.
They post all their earnings for the bank.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard. Sometimes I'm thinking, you know, and I came from a stupid neighborhood. I mean, maybe I'm the only guy who's got any common sense left in the world. I don't know. But I assure you, that's where all the other guys go, too. And you don't see the little doofus bank you're doing business with in here. It's not that hard. It's so damn easy. It's criminal. All you got to do is read. The Mexican morons, then, you know, where do I go to get money? I said, well, can you read English? We know you got in on the minority deal, but can you read English? It's not that hard. People used to say, where did you get $1 billion, Dan? I mean, it's just not that hard. I got $1 billion. I went wherever in the world they were lending money. That's how I got it. Oops. Wherever in the world they were lending money, Dan Pena was there. There is somebody stupid enough to loan you money for your deal somewhere in the world. There is someone stupid enough. There is. There's no...
Way down that list.
Pardon? Pardon?
Way down that list.
Yeah. I mean, when I search for, there just is, I mean, they list them. That's why they have these things. And they've got one for New York, and they got one for Florida. They got, the list that I printed out for you is all over the country, that list. This deal in the LA Business Journal is just LA.
But they'll lend money to anybody.
Yeah, but you're right. These guys will lend you money anywhere.
California real estate.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, God, it's not that hard. I keep telling you, I like to think I'm smart, but I'm not that smart.
So it's just a matter of knocking on enough doors.
Oh, let me give you a good question. Okay. When I taught my class at Northridge, I started off with 415 students, and I wound up with 1. And because I just kept heaping on pressure, and we only had one little kid named John Macias, and but when we got down to about 15, I had Fidel Vargas again, the young mayor, over, and we're talking about they were all complaining they had no internships, they had no job offers, etc. And so I asked them how many resumes the 15 had sent out. 3, 15. The most resumes anybody had sent out was 30. I bring a little Vargas in, and he gets up, and I said, Mayor Vargas, how many resumes did you send out? He says, 700. How many job offers did you get? And he goes, 1. It's a numbers game. I've called on more financial institutions than this group put together. I have personally given at least 300 to 350 personal one-on-one bank financial institution presentations. Me, Dan Pena. Now, I'm not counting my Wall Street days. I'm only counting since I've been in business for myself. I've called on banks in Mexico, Buenos Aires, Chile, South Africa, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Norway, Sweden, Spain, Portugal, Ireland, Scotland, England, all over Canada, in 40 of the 50 states, and I always got the money. There's somebody moronic enough to give you what you need. Anybody tells me that they can't get the money because they don't want it bad enough. Hoffman, there is somebody moronic enough, probably in that LA Business Journal, to finance your doofus deal. No question. Probably somebody probably stupid enough in Virginia. Or you probably don't even have to go past the first tee. So do we understand where we get money? But so you got to make the calls. You got to go see the people. Yes, sir. Mike, we got to get that doofus that was like at Abraham's running up and down here, you know, like on a scooter.
That became me, though.
Oh. Yes, sir.
I'm a little. I'm not sure if I'm getting mixed signals or it's just maybe my ears. You keep saying they have to be stupid enough, but doesn't that show that they got a little bit of sense if they would lend you some money?
No, I'm being sarcastic when I say that. No, I mean there's somebody. See, because most of the deals that come out, I mean, are bad. You know, they shouldn't be financed. And yet, but you can still find somebody to finance them because they're not as bad as somebody else's deals. And they got to put the money out. I mean, how do banks make money? You got to put it out. I mean, trust me. I mean, first bank that loaned me any big money was Mid-Atlantic Bank in New Jersey. I saw their ad. It says, "We're the hungry bank," and it's got the chairman of the board doing the. When I saw that, I said, "Charlie, we're getting on the first plane to New Jersey." Oh, and I said, "I'm a boy." And in Mid-Atlantic's headquarters, and God, I mean, you need a long-range bomber with refueling capability to get there. It's in the middle of New Jersey. You know, you got to take a train there. It's really an ugly place. Anyway, but we did business. I mean, boy, you found the hungry client here. You hit the jackpot. And the first loan we got from him, I think, was $3.4 million. And I still remember him signing the documents. His hands were sweating so much he was smearing all and he says, I said, "What's wrong, Frank?" His name was Frank Brangrowski. I think he ultimately became president of the bank. And he says, "Dan, you make me nervous. You make all bankers nervous." I said, "Why?" He says, "You said you're going to take the money, you're going to go to the Bahamas. Right here, you just said it 10 minutes ago." I said, "No, I'm not." I said, but it's got to be a couple $100 million before I go to the Bahamas with it. And he says, "But you're so flagrant about this. I mean, you told the president of the bank the same thing." I said, "Well, you're still giving me the money, aren't you?" "No, we're loaning you the money, Dan. We're not giving it to you." But I've been this way all my life, you know. And so, and we paid them back all the money. And we even paid them a couple finder's fees because they were the ones that introduced me to the guy that we ultimately signed up to go public. And but there's somebody. Why would we were a California-based company getting money loaned from Mid-Atlantic Bank in New Jersey. They had money to put out. I still to this day don't know what interest rate we paid. Didn't care. Never asked. I remember him asking Charlie months later, you know, nobody's ever asked what interest rate. I think we paid 5 over prime or something. I don't remember. Didn't matter. I needed the money. And if the difference between 1 over prime and 5 over prime was going to kill my deal, somebody ought to shoot me. And we got the money. And we did business with them a long time. And then we went from there to Citibank. And Citibank, we just had carte blanche. I mean, and when you're going to buy something, go to the bank. If you're going to buy a little company, go to the bank that they're doing business with to finance the deal. Because they don't want to lose the banking relationship. And they're willing to give you more money on a bad deal just so you keep the banking relationship there. Some of these things, I mean, most of these things, oh, the mic, please. Okay. If you're going to buy something, acquire something that's doing business with Bank of America, go to Bank of America to finance the deal. Because they'll give you more money on that deal because they want to keep the financing or the banking relationship. And then Citibank will on a clean deal. Yes, sir. Somebody.
With a startup, 0 assets, couple of computers, a
I've
good
been there, I
program.
understand.
What do you take to them? You know, what do you say? I mean, I don't have a house. My wife does. I don't. What do you take to them to get their interest?
Yeah, I mean, there are still bankers in America. You're going to have to call a lot of them. You may have to call everybody in that list. And you're going to have to make 50, 60, 100 presentations. This is my idea. This is my, I don't have a track record. I've got no assets. I'm willing to put all the receivables. I'm willing to sign the stock of the company over. I'm willing to do it. I mean, they're going to ask for all those, plus a personal guarantee. I need to borrow X thousands or, whatever the money is. You'll find somebody that'll do it.
The answer is a plan that makes sense.
That's correct. And sell the shit out of it, boy.
Enthusiasm.
Boy, just like you did. You were on that guy like stink on shit, weren't you?
Traveled wherever he went.
Yeah, you weren't going to let go of that sumbitch no matter what, were you?
Bells for rock.
That's right. That's what it takes. Boy, like stink on a skunk he was on that guy. I've been there. I've done that. I told you the story. I parked my car in front of the guy's driveway, wasn't going to move it until he saw me. It's, but how bad do you want it? You want to just flap your lips about it so you can talk when you're on the third tee and, well, I'm thinking about growing my business. Well, you can join Virginia then, because I got a lot of bullshit artists there. Got no money, but I got a lot of bullshit artists. Or do you really want to make it happen? You can now that we've built our dream team. Now, how do you blow them out when you have to get rid of them? Bruce. When you get rid of someone, never give them a hook back with which to get back in. Always make it clean and definable. A lance right through the heart. Is that where the heart is? Anyway, wherever it is, it's close. A lance, Doc, that's close, right? A lance through the heart. Don't let them, I've never been divorced, but I mean, I would assume that you should do the same thing when you get divorced. No way for them to be back in the deal. Escort them out. Your credit card, your keys right now. And then just escort them right to the door. Don't let, Yes, sir. Mike. Not Mike. We got a mic here? Yeah, I'm not Mike.
How do you structure an equity position and not put them in a position of control?
Okay. It's been a long time since I've been asked this question. It's a good question. You've got to take some risk. Because if you give somebody 2% of your company or 5% of your company or 10% of your company, first of all, being a minority shareholder in the state of California is like kissing your sister, means nothing. You can't, unless you go to court and spend inordinate amount of money, they can't make you do anything. And Florida's the same.
Say it again.
If you're a minority shareholder in a company in the state of California or Florida, your rights are about next to nothing. Zero. The only rights they have is upon liquidation. If you never liquidate the company, then they may have some rights. So don't worry about that. So that's not a problem. If you're going to make dividend distributions, they can force you to pay them their share of the dividends. If you're going to make salary, let's say that you gave an employee, these two loyal employees, just to say. You wouldn't want to do that because I'm not sure how loyal these two guys are, but let's just say you gave me each 2.5% of your deal, and then you paid yourself out a bonus. They're not required to get part of that bonus. You paid out a dividend, you got to pay them something. But let's say you decided to triple your salary.
Not a bad idea.
Well, I know. I do it all the time. I know. I understand that. But then they're not required. You don't have to do anything. It's dividends or liquidation of assets, the assets of the company. Not necessarily, the whole company, not assets within the company, because you can liquidate assets within the company all day long. Doesn't mean that you have to give shareholders a distribution.
Which also makes the stock rather worthless to them to buy back for you, doesn't it? They're not getting anything out of it?
That's correct, but I haven't talked to the Mosbys. Did you ever have dinner with Lou the Weasel?
having breakfast tomorrow morning.
So you didn't have dinner?
No, he got slated in Chicago, and he left it on my voicemail. I just didn't check it.
Okay, okay. Well, Luda Weasel's got 10% of this company that I control, and he has no rights unless I want to give him something. Now, I mean, and to the extent I have no intention of doing this, but to the extent that I want to squeeze him out, I mean, it's easier to buy back because, you know, it's not worth anything. I've never had to do that. I've kept the minority shareholders in there because I've made some mistakes 4 or 5 times. I've given equity to people that I shouldn't have, in hindsight. But it's always in hindsight. But you will never get more out of an employee. Never. Impossible to get more out than when they become your partner. And when I refer to my people, that we're all partners. I never say I'm senior partner. Everybody knows that. But or I'm the majority partner. We're partners. And it's a very effective way to help boost morale, not just for the people that you've given the equity to, but all the people aspiring up the line. But when you get rid of them, make it final and definitive. And to the extent that you've given stock, you know, make some token effort to buy it back from them so they don't own that stock.
Where's it better to incorporate as far as corporations offshore, Delaware?
Well, that's not my specialty, but the Delaware is a state that a lot of people use, and it's because of the voting. What?
It's real easy to incorporate in the state of Delaware.
Yeah, but it's, you may want to incorporate offshore. You may want to incorporate in the British Virgin Islands. But I never worried about that because I don't mind paying taxes. You make enough money, you don't mind paying taxes. I mean, you know, and I've always made a lot of money, so I don't know what the tax rates are. I do know that when I came from Texas, I know state to California, you know, I have to pay more taxes. But I mean, it's not that big a deal. It's a lot of money, but I mean, it's not that big a deal. It's worth the price, so I don't have mosquitoes that are big enough to pick up babies, you know, sucking my blood when I'm playing golf in the summer. What do you want to make?
Lots. I mean,
okay, well then you got to give away a lot of equity.
Even if they're just coming in, no money on their own, just.
I never asked for money.
What's lots? I mean,
yeah, I mean.
I've given as much as 40%.
Is that total or to one individual on
I've never given it to one. Well, I mean, in total, I've given as much as 60% away. So I don't have control.
I'm talking about one individual. Let's say you want to put 5 individuals together. How would you do that?
To start, I give them 5% apiece, and maybe the 2 key guys. Not an option, but where you can give them another 5%, so they get 10%.
As it grows.
Because then there's a hierarchy thing. You know, shit rolls downhill, so the guys that perceive themselves to be senior want to have more than the guys that are perceived to be junior. And so, but to me, they're all the same. I mean, I give them 5 apiece, and it's not an option if you do a good job. You got to pick right. You got
to have demonstrable talent before you ever get into this situation, right?
Except for the Mosbys, yeah. Except for the Mosbys, yeah, they got to demonstrate what that's funny.
The Mosbys are a gut reaction.
Yeah. No, they have to be. You know, I've got a lot of faith in the young fellas, and they're going to have a piece of the things that we do at Fire Resources, but I mean, when you're bringing somebody in from outside, like Dr. Eric White, who's our guru inventor, who was cut out of the deal years ago, I brought him back in. And I've given him, or in the process of giving him a piece of the deal and an override royalty that he should have got to begin with since he was the inventor, but he was too stupid. He let it being taken away from him. And so he knows I'm going to give it, you know, I'm going to pull him back in the deal the way the inventor should be in the deal. And needless to say, he thinks all his Christmases came at one time because I don't need to do that. But see, the important thing to remember is the fact that you don't need to do it is what's important. You know, and I don't want to blow smoke up the kid's backside, but and we haven't had the paperwork finalized. We're always late on paperwork. And basically that's because my lawyers are always late on paperwork, because giving away equity is low on your lawyer's priority list, especially when he's an owner. And the lawyer we're talking about is an owner. And so, but I mean, even Melody, because they don't believe in it. It's always the last thing that happens, so they figure if Dan dies or these guys get run over, it won't get done. You'd be surprised. You tell your lawyer, I want to give this guy 3% of this deal, it'll be the last thing. He's going to have nothing else on his desk before it gets done. Because nobody believes in it. Even though all the big guys do it successfully, still nobody believes in it. No law firm, and you'll get a disclaimer letter from any lawyer worth his salt. Dear Dr. So-and-so, dear Mr. Jones, dear Doofus, we are going on record as saying that it is not our recommendation that you give away equity in ABC Corporation. It is not our recommendation. Successful organizations have been built around other than equity, and all kinds of junk. When I do the CEO clubs, I don't do them anymore, but I used to do the CEO clubs. I mean, I never found one single CEO that was willing to give away equity. And you think about it. They've got a little chicken shit company worth $2, $3, $4, $5 million. Giving away 5% of that pile of crap means spit. If I had been in the same business 10 or 20 or 50 years and I'd done nothing with the company to speak of, nothing to write home to Mama about, what the hell, why not give 10% of the company away? What can I lose? I can't be any moronic than I've been. Why not? What the hell? I'll try, I'll sleep with a hooker with AIDS. What the hell I got to lose? But you'd be surprised how difficult it is for people to get over that hurdle. It's the single easiest thing I've ever done in my life vis-a-vis growth. I may have not done anything else right. But when I've given equity away to guys, they will die for me. I told you, I've never had anybody put in for overtime. And I know there's laws. I would probably get a heart attack if I sat an overtime slip. I can't emphasize enough. When we went public, I bought the principal's wives and the principal's Rolex watches with diamonds around them. I think it's gaudy to have a Rolex watch with all the, but I bought them and for the first couple of years that worked, the wives used to pat their husbands on the ass, go out and kill them for Great Western. I mean, and we lavished stock on them, and it worked, It worked. All these guys do the same thing. But I mean, and when you give a 10% away wrong, so what? He owns 10% of the company, or she owns 10% of the company. Their rights are nothing. Is Florida any different? 10% shareholder means spit in the state of Florida, just like California. Well, that's fine. You do real good with your 10%. That's fine, Doc. You can go have your Jesus Christ syndrome by yourself, I mean, but yet it means so much, because when you sell the company, and the whole thing about quantum leap is you're going to sell it someday. You're going to roll it over to some mooch, someplace, some big insurance companies are great to sell stuff to. I mean, because they've got the lowest form of IQs, they're right next to Cro-Magnon, man, those guys. I mean, insurance companies are just super. Prudential's the one. The Rock! I mean, when I grow up, I want to sell my company to Prudential. Real morons. I mean, but when you give it to them, but then when you sell the company, or you make a dividend distribution, it means a lot. It also separates, and I'm not preaching separation of management, but it separates. They're an owner, they're a partner, and I have, and I've in the old days, and I have a number of partners now. People want to be your partner. People want to be my partner. Right, Burl? Right. I mean, they just do. And you make it easy for them. And on top of it, forget the magnanimous crap. It works. Doesn't matter about them. I mean, it works. I've made more money than anybody else I know, other than those guys I've talked about. And easier, not hands-on management, not looking at all the numbers and counting the paper clips. I mean, I'm sure almost everybody in this room has worked harder than I did to make a lot less money. I can't help but laugh. It's not funny to you, but it is to me. I mean, it just, you know, you have a question.
Yeah, you say just give it away because it works. Do you feel you've ever given too much away? And is that possible in your mind?
I've never... I could be really cynical and say I shouldn't have given Charlie so much because he went up and died on me. But that's not right, and I won't say that, even though I've thought it a couple times. No, I've never given away. I've given away too little a few times. And then I've rectified that. Because, you know, I give somebody this, and I give this other person 2x, and it becomes instantly obvious to me that the 1x person has 4 times better than the 2x. Hopefully I figured it out before they figure it out, because then I don't want them to come to me. I want that, you know, here's some more. And and when you're a non-public company, there's other ways. I mean, we're going to start a subsidiary. We're going to give you 40% of the subsidiary. Go run it. There's other ways. In a public company, it's very difficult to do that. So I gave, even though I gave away equivalent to equity in the form of options, but I mean, you have to pay for options. But what we used to do, we used to take a check. Here, give me the check, and we'll wait till, you know, and then normally they sold the stock, and then we cashed the check because they didn't have money, so there would be a cashless transaction. But no, it's the single biggest lever that you have. And remember, early on we said you don't get paid for what you do, you get paid for what you get people to do. And it's a lot easier to get people to do stuff, ladies and gentlemen, if they own part of the company, if they own part of the deal. I have an equity pool that, you know, that is separate from what we're talking about. That, you know, that my assistants that really run my life for me have 5% of everything I own. You know, all the companies. There's an equity pool. Lorraine is a member of that equity pool. She's sitting in the back here. Leanne is a member. Lori, I just said Lori. Valerie is a member of that equity pool, and maybe there'll be, and Auntie Perkoff, who hopefully will be here tomorrow. He has a little teeny portion because he was only with me a year, but he did a lot of good work. And when I send Lori a fax at 3 o'clock in the morning, at least half the time I'll get a fax back at 3:30. I don't know, you know, she's loyal to me. I mean, before the equity pool, and I don't know if she's more loyal to me because after the equity pool, I don't know that. But I mean, of course, I've never made a bless you. I've never made a mistake giving away equity. I just don't think you can make a mistake giving away. I just don't. But see, we're trained. Remember all that preconditioned thinking? We're trained. Why am I giving? It's like that pride of authorship. Why am I giving 5% when I don't have to? The poor bastard works for, you know, anyway. Why? Because then you don't have to work. See? Yeah. Then you don't have to work. I'm for making a lot of money, not working too hard. Now, Craig tells me, Mr. Hobbs says, I'm retired. Isn't that what you always accuse me of being? I'm retired. I don't work that hard anymore. I certainly don't work as hard as he does. But because I've got all these people doing these things, and so I only have 40 or 50 or 60% of the deal. You know, Craig, Mr. Hobbs, not playing golf 5-6 times a week either. Unless you're playing someplace else I don't know about. You're practicing without telling me. And that it allows you the freedom to either do more business or not, at your choice. What I'm talking about is allowing freedom in your lifestyle. Yes, sir. Mike.
With these equity situations that you give away, what do you do when this employee exits the company? Do you have buyback arrangements, or, I mean, do you let him keep the stock, or what? What do you do?
Okay. There's a couple different ways. One, you tell them, fine, you own 5% of a minority interest in a private company. That's like, toilet paper. It's not worth anything. Or you institute a buyback, either at book value or something like that. I've never had to buy back any stock. Either my people stayed with me or they died. I mean, not because I had anything to do with them dying, but they either stayed with me or they died. And I've never had the buyback. I've never had to do that. But you can institute, or you can give them. You can. What was that? I thought that, like in those Gremlin movies. I thought somebody jumped out. Anyway, or what you can do is say, I have, I'm not sure I would handle it this way, but one way is buy back for $1, buy back for $5,000, buy back for $10,000, buy back for $100 if you ever leave. But see that, then they think, well, then Craig will fire me when the company's getting ready to go public. Hoffman, being the cheap squeeze that he is, will blow me out and give me the $1. That's about the total of your benefit package, isn't it? About $1? Okay.
It's not that high.
It's not that high, yes. But see, so I don't think that tastes good. If anybody's got any brains, he's going to figure that out. As soon as, we're going to hit it for a grand slam, I'm going to get thrown out and I'm going to get $1 for it. That's the kind of deal I got with Taylor. Yeah. Yeah. Just, throw him out and he can be carted by the sea, airy-fairy down there, float around with all the other morons, and, but no, I don't think that works.
But if you catch him stealing, Dan, you got to do something.
Oh, well, I mean, if you catch him stealing, then you can have a provision in your agreement. You can write in things like that. Guys, your lawyer probably can't, but I know when they can't. No, you can write in those things. Those are things, theft, larceny, and all that kind of stuff. Or you can create a giant equity pool, a general equity pool. I used to have a blind fund equity pool where we have 10% of the assets, and based on seniority. It was like, it was like a quasi-pension. We had a pension too. But so you're part of the equity pool after you're with the company 3 years or 3 days or 3 months or 10, whatever the time frame is. Then you participate in that equity pool that owns 10% of the company as long as you're there. Dividends, if we go public. If you leave, there's a buyback provision. So then you can make a real generic. So it's not tied to one person. So if you find Joe Doe stealing, that's automatic elimination from the equity pool. And then you just bring somebody else in, and you can have like 50 employees in the equity pool. But I mean, the ownership.
Then you keep the vote of the stock.
Pardon?
Then you keep the vote of the stock.
Oh, well, I sometimes I've given away equity. I bought a guy's company for $11 million, and I gave him $4 million in stock and $7 million in cash, and I kept the voting rights of his stock for 5 years. Or at one time I had a constructive trust where their stock had to be, I voted their shares in perpetuity. They don't care. They don't want to vote them. They want the money. They want to vote them. Another time, this guy that I bought the company for 11, I originally bought the company for $10 million, and we're sitting at dinner, and I leaned across the table to him and I said, I've been thinking about the price of the company. And he thought I was going to renegotiate the deal. I don't ever renegotiate deals. And I said, I've decided to give you an extra $1 million. I'm going to give you $11 million for your company instead of 10. True story. Linda knows who I'm talking about. And his wife, who is, anyway, his wife said, what? You're going to give us an extra $1 million? I said, yeah, but what I want you to do with this extra $1 million is I want you to divide it up amongst your key employees, top 6 or 8 people, and I'm going to give you 250,000 shares of stock. I want you to do the same. I bought his company. He never distributed the stock. He never distributed the money. The key employees know that. See, if I was buying Mr. Hoffman's company and I said down, I'm going to give you $50 million, $20 million, whatever the company's worth, I'm going to give you an extra $3 million I want you to give the key employees. After we resuscitated him and we got him back from the paramedics. But see, I was trying to buy the loyalty and the camaraderie of those people. It worked even though they never got the money because they always knew. Yep. Money's the key. Carnegie said, financial motive first. Nobody made more money quicker, more successfully, had such an impact on this country than Andrew Carnegie. When he was worth $500 million at the turn of the century, that was a lot of dough then. And then he decided to give it all away. Can you beat that? That's when he went kind of nuts, trying to give away, because he couldn't, everything he turned into money. He just couldn't give it away quick enough. That's not a bad problem to have. I wish one of my relatives was kind of sashaying by then in those days. You know, my relatives were too dumb to do that. Mike. Did I answer your question, Craig?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just wanted to interject that the reason why he did that, to my knowledge, is that he wanted to clean up his image because they felt that he was very greedy. The public did. The morons, as you call them.
It doesn't matter what the morons say.
But obviously it mattered to him in his later years. So that's why he gave away.
When you get older, you know, those things. Like my dad talks about, I was some kind of sterling honor student, and that I never got in trouble. I mean, he's not talking about the same kid. I mean, he just wasn't. I mean, I was always in trouble. And when you get older, you know, the only thing I talk about at the end of a career is the exit strategy. I'm not talking about because our attitudes will change, our values change. I mean, I'm not talking about anything like that. I know people that are trying to build their net worth until they drop dead, like Mr. Ormond, who again stepped out. But I mean, most people don't fall into that category, and of course most people don't have, you know, the kind of track record or asset base that Mr. Ormond has either. Well, when we were growing up, Linda and I, we wanted to move into that house. That was our dream house at Bel Air. You know, as you grow older, even as in the 20 years that Linda and I have been married, 20 plus, our values have changed about what's important, what's not, and certainly what's a lot of money and what's not. That's certainly important, or has changed dramatically. So to the extent that Mr. Carnegie decided he changed his value system, it's like Arm & Hammer wanted to be bar mitzvahed. He wanted to clean up his act before he died. He died the day before he got bar mitzvahed. Now, if that's not an act of God, I don't know what. Because Arm & Hammer screwed everybody in the oil business on both sides of the Atlantic. If that's not God talking, I don't know what is. Because God wasn't going to cleanse his sins. I mean, yeah. He's down there, you know, getting pitchforked every day in the ass. I mean, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the great acts. I mean, when that happened, I couldn't believe it. I mean, there is a God, you know, because, I mean, he spoke yesterday when he took old Arm & Hammer. You know, he bought the little, you know, that powder that you put...
Bacon soda.
He bought that just because of the name. Arm & Hammer. Arm & Hammer. He bought it. Shareholders were real happy about that. It's the kind of thing I probably would have done too, but I mean, you know, they had a deal called Dan Pena or something, some company. I probably would have bought it as well. But have I answered the questions on this equity question? It's critically important. What time is it, Ed?
4:00.
Okay, it's critically important. Tomorrow we're going to talk about growth and actually putting a plan together. Taking that doofus dream team and those doofus advisors and putting the rubber on the road and building your own plan and showing you how to take it from idea to execution and the ability to delegate. Because when you give people equity, you have an infinitely easier time to delegate to them. They won't be telling you. They'll be doing like this before it even happened. Like John Mosby came to a board meeting just before his wedding. Maybe I hope that's not the highlight of my feelings for you, John.
It's been so far.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, I like that. Linda knows how much I like that. I mean, I like that. You know, that was it wasn't meant to be a doofus test, but it was a good doofus test. By the way, a doofus test is when you try to put somebody in a position to see how they're going to act under pressure. Because I want to see if they're going to falter, and they can't suck up their pantyhose way before they're working with me. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Dan, there's the idea about giving away equity seems to have another kind of obvious benefit, and it only took me a few hours to finally figure this out.
Well, you, Harvard boy. Huh? Okay, go ahead.
I can feel the education just stripping away. You're doing a great job.
Okay, good.
And that is that if you give away equity in a company, let's say my dream is to own a restaurant. Okay, I don't know anything about restaurants, but if I find a manager who knows restaurants and give away the equity, I don't have to know anything.
Yeah, very good. Hey, we got a guy back here to sell you. No, that's exactly right. You don't know. That's why I can get into textiles, I can get into manufacturing, I can get into all these things I don't know anything about, because I give away, and I don't build a dream team, I buy one. And that's, you know, all that board of directors I told you I bought on that company in the UK, I immediately gave them each 250,000 shares of stock, which is exactly 250,000 shares more than the previous company gave them. And, you know, in that team I had Governor Hugh Carey, the former governor of New York. I had the former treasurer of Royal Dutch Shell. I had the former Bob Dyke, who founded the North Sea, found the first oil in the North Sea and saved the UK from bankruptcy. I had a bunch of hitters. When I gave them that, they just all loved me. Nobody ever given them anything. Mike. Yes, sir.
What did you give up in your film deals, and what happened?
My wife's in the room. I can't talk about that right now. That's a joke, Linda. A joke. A little humor. No, we get, yeah, very little. Yeah. We did not give, there are no net proceeds in a film deal. You know, it's like the Davy Crockett Show, which was one of the most popular shows in the history of TV. Thess Parker has never made any money, still suing over that. Okay. We gave points, gross revenue points, which is equivalent to part of the equity of the deal. You know, we give 2 points.
To talent?
Yeah. Yeah. Richard Harris, I think, got...
None of them made money?
None. The thing that came closest to making money was first Penthouse Pet of the Year awards I did with Bob Guccione. The first one. That's the closest. And it didn't see the light of day. Remember those days, Linda? In fact, at one of my deals, what was the name of that guy that in the jet that rode back with you, our master of ceremonies? Tony Curtis. You know, trying to hit on my wife on the way back I had it was a citation jet. We called it an Imajet. It was an imitation jet because seagulls could fly faster than we could, you know. And then we got a citation after that. That Imajet, we'd have to get out there like this. But that was my first plane. But you know, I learned. I didn't know this. No wonder the guy was selling to me such a good price. The thing went about 80 miles an hour, you know. But the Tony Curtis and Robert Goulet were our co-MCs at that deal. Robert Goulet, and I hear he's stopped drinking, but we had to get him on a stool like this and prop him up with a rack behind him so he wouldn't fall over.
Tony's drunk again.
Is he?
Yeah.
Tony's drinking again? Okay, that's too bad. But anyway, so I've been through all that. We've been, you know, we rented the Aladdin Hotel, $250,000 a day. God. Why? I don't know why I did those things. God, it's unbelievable that I did those things. But I've been there. I've been those mistakes. And I come and I see, you going to want to get in the movie business? I'll say, forget it. I don't, no. I mean, there's certain things I've done already that I don't need to do again, and I can tell you not to do them. Categorically. Unless you're doing unless Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, 2 or 3 others are your partners, and you got piece of the gross, not the net, forget it. I mean, forget it. If Ruben comes to you with a deal here, forget it. Unless he's got Lucas or some of these other guys. You know, because the chances of you finding Spike Lee, you know, that happens once in a lifetime. Spike Lee. He's the black director guy, right?
Yeah.
Outrageous guy, yeah, okay.
Nike
Yeah.
commercials.
Yeah. So, one more question, we're going to wrap it for today. Anything else? Okay, we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. It may go over from 5, since we've got the room. I'll check. I'll be right back. And thanks a lot. We'll see you tomorrow.